Welcome to the third session of the second day of our conference. This is going to be a Santayana session, and actually two sessions, the other one after a coffee break. So today Herman Saatkamp will be the chair. The floor is yours, Herman.
Thank you, Cassirer. My introductions will be short in order to give the speakers enough time, although all these speakers deserve much more of an introduction than I'm going to be able to give. Leonarda Vaiana, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, is at the University of Messina, although I think you're in a different location just now that we all are envious of. Besides her work on Santayana, I noted earlier that she recently published something called There's a System in Lunacy. And because I've spent 3 years working in a psychiatric ward, I think I will find that particularly interesting as well. I was going to jokingly say that because I was president of the university, I would find it even more interesting, but I'm not going to say that. So forget it. But Leonarda, we are very pleased to have you, and you'll be speaking on Is Santayana an Untimely Philosopher?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, Cassirer, and thank you, Herman, for your fine introduction. So the title of my talk was to focus on an interesting trend of recent scholarship on Santayana thought, that is criticism of modernity. Actually, this topic is generally considered relevant in order to align Santayana with major figures of postmodern philosophy, especially with Nietzsche and Heidegger. Yet, in my opinion, while the criticism of modernity certainly offers a relevant key to understand Santayana's philosophy, before finding out how it can be connected with mainstream of the so-called continental philosophy, it should be rooted in some cultural and philosophical linkages that Santayana himself made explicit in his works. In particular, for various reasons, I want to refer to an ancient author as Lucretius and to a modern poet-philosopher as Giacomo Leopardi. A first reason is that Lucretius and Leopardi were both authors to whom Santayana referred as historical landmarks for his naturalism. At the same time, this naturalism put Santayana far from postmodern philosophy, whose main focus is rather on the refusal of any physical foundation of science and philosophy. Another meaningful reason is that both Lucretius and Leopardi were poet-philosophers. Still, in Santayana's view, the liaison between poetry and philosophy is not a way of refuting rationality, as it happens to be in postmodern philosophy. On the contrary, it seems to be an expression of that particular form of rationality and post-rationality which characterizes the spirituality of this untimely sage. So, answering to the question put in my title, it seems to me that, in a sense, Santayana is an untimely philosopher, as Nietzsche himself was. Actually, they both loved the Greek world and they despised the modern world, but they loved different sides of the Greek world, and this gave a quite different temper to their naturalism. Yet Santayana is an untimely philosopher in another sense. If being a timely philosopher implies that sense of finitude which led Heidegger to think the human existence as experience of nihil and the being as a complex relation between the appearance and withdrawal of being itself, Santayana is far from this understanding of being. Finally, he is a untimely philosopher if his concepts of rationality and spirituality can be viewed and understood, as I will try to propose, within the framework labeled by Michel Foucault as cura sui, Latin words, or the care of self. So my first issue is the relation between Santayana's criticism of modernity and postmodern philosophy. Actually, in recent times, Santayana's philosophy has been compared to Martin Heidegger's, the schoolmaster of postmodern philosophy. It seems to me, however, that this comparison fails at different points. The first, more general point, regards the important place of reason in Santayana's philosophical system. Santayana, far from stigmatizing the dominance of reason in the history of Western thought, focused on this topic in the Life of Reason and never announced its end or hoped for it. In the same time, while Heidegger, becoming dissatisfied with rationalism, science and philosophy, turned to art and poetry, Santayana, starting with a concern for poetry and aesthetics, maintained that all his writings were to be appreciated especially for their philosophical content, and never disavowed science. The second related point is a totally different stance regarding naturalism. Suffice to say that both Heidegger and Santayana criticized the geometrical Cartesian model knowledge of nature and went back to Aristotelian naturalism. Heidegger, however, pointed to Aristotle to find a concept of nature which embodied its form, or eidos, that is ultimately what can be seen. Yet this sort of anthropomorphism, from which Heidegger never freed himself, as far as I see, of course, in my opinion, is far away from Santayana's mind. For him, man, after all, is all an element of nature, a portion of natural flux, whose special status is to be aware that all these together are complementary as impressions, perspectives, and science. On the other hand, many scholars have recently stressed that this view might be considered in line with Nietzsche's naturalism and perspectivism, as Santayana himself that admitted in some of his letters. For this reason, I want to reflect on the relation between Santayana and Nietzsche as it appears in Egotism in German philosophy. First of all, it's impossible to neglect Santayana disavowal of the German philosopher when he says that Nietzsche was a harmless young scholar and constitutional invalid. Iron aside, we find serious reason why we should avoid to emphasize the affinity between the two philosophers. The main reason is Santayana's commitment to his core notions of the ideal and of truth. He could not adopt naturalism and perspectivism in the sense intended by Nietzsche. He said that Nietzsche had no interest for truth and that his subjective perspectives was the better thing. So also for him, Nietzsche's will of power was merely verbalism. Power was merely an eloquent word on his lips. On the other hand, Nietzsche's naturalism, as well as his revaluation of values, are dismissed by Santayana for a double reason. One of them is to be found in the necessary connection between matter, substance, nature, and the ideal. About that, Santayana wrote that to frame solid ideals is not granted to the merely irritable poet. It's granted only to the master workman, to the modeler of some given substance, to some given use, and it was not for Nietzsche to be an artist in morals. The other reason is that Santayana's ethical naturalism, Nietzsche's ethical naturalism is reduced to mere brutal instinct, and this is not the way Santayana saw ethical naturalism. For the same reason, Santayana stigmatized Superman's powers, merely fairness and wildness for him. Now, maybe many postmodern thinkers could object that Santayana misunderstood Nietzsche, all the more so when he put him among modern philosophers. What I want to say on this point, however, is that if we want to classify Santayana as a postmodern philosopher in line with Nietzsche, we should do it superimposing on his interpretation of Nietzsche's philosophy another narrative, namely the postmodern narrative. Yet this perspective is manifestly absent in Santayana, as I have tried to clarify till now, just for his commitment to values like truth and the ideal, but also for his approach to nature. And this leads me to my next topic, namely Santayana's attitude toward contemporary science. He pointed the fingers at physicists as Heisenberg, Bohr, and others in his Marginalia, where it is possible to read interesting hints about his view on nature and on science of nature, that is physics. Santayana's reading of the nature of the physical world by Arthur Eddington confirms his commitment to scientific realism. For him, nature is a whole of substance and properties which are independent from their more or less adequate descriptions. So, to Eddington's claim, according to which the external world of physics has become a world of shadows and the substance one of the greatest of our illusions, Santayana replied, "What rot? The Indians have always known it." And other observations are focused on substance. And a last interesting point is that reading what Eddington proposed as a revelation of modern physics, that is the dissolution of all that we regard as most solid into tiny specks floating in void, Santayana commented, and Lucretius, as nobody heard of him. Now, after all, I repeat something similar to what I said before, that is maybe today's sophisticated philosophers of science would take Santayana Marginalia as superficial comment, revealing a misunderstanding of physics. For this reason, Santayana could be considered an untimely philosopher in a negative meaning of the word. Yet, since Santayana's philosophical concept of nature is at stake here, Greek science and naturalism, especially its development in Lucretius' philosophy, is what has to be taken into account now. Well, we know that Santayana considered Lucretius as one of the three great poet-philosophers, together with Dante and Goethe. For him, a naturalist conception of things is a great work of imagination. Besides, Lucretius' De Re Natura was the widest and robust source of Epicureanism until the discovery in Italy of Herculaneum Papyri in the Villa dei Papyri, in fact, in the mid-18th century, among which many books of Epicurus' great treatise on nature. So the previous rediscovery of Lucretius' poem in the Renaissance is generally considered the major source of inspiration for modern atomism. This last point is interesting, of course, in order to find a close connection of Lucretius' naturalism with Leopardi's first and later with Santayana's. In his essays on Lucretius, Santayana celebrated the genius of the poet, its power of losing itself in its object, its impersonality and its poetry, and the poetry of things themselves. Indeed, this poetry style style was one with a philosophical view, refusing any teleology and anthropomorphism that Santayana summed up by two Lucretius sentences that are: nothing arises in the body in order that we may use it, but what arises brings forth its use. And so much will things throw light on things. So nature is her own standard, commented Santayana. Now, this theme of Santayana's philosophy has been deeply analyzed by scholars. Still, I want to underline what I could call the double side of Santayana's naturalism. What Santayana finds in Lucretius' naturalism is the power of substance, its permanence, and its passing through new forms of things or forms of life, not by virtue of a metaphysical reality, but for its material reality. And this is the force and the positivity of the nature of things. Nothing comes out of nothing, nothing falls back into nothing, if we consider substance, as Santayana said. Yet, tragedy arises when we consider the question on human scale, that is, so to say, its inverted spectrum. Again, in Santayana's word, everything comes from nothing and falls back into nothing if we consider things the object of love and the experience. Here, the experience of nothing arises, especially because time has a different effect, respectively on things and on human beings. That's why time can make not impressions on the void of atoms, but the triumph of time is absolute over persons and nations and words, said again Santayana. And here is the root of Lucretius' profound melancholy, which allows us to find a clear liaison with Santayana's sense of finitude. But first, I have to show what is the line that leads from Lucretius to Leopardi's naturalism, and later to Santayana's. Indeed, most Italian scholars argue that Leopardi never read the Rerum Natura, and that when he mentions Lucretius in his prose work, his comments are mostly limited to the linguistic and formal features of the Latin poem. And this is true, really. But furthermore, they think that some similarity between Lucretius and Leopardi are not worthwhile. But actually, it's possible to find reflections on Lucretius in Leopardi's Zibaldone, a collection of scattered linguistic, historical, literary, and philosophical reflection. And we can read a long passage where Leopardi mentions Lucretius proposing a particular philological and philosophical analysis of the concept of nothing, linking nothing, that is nihilum in ancient Latin, according to Leopardi, with matter, hilum in ancient Latin. So Leopardi was a materialist, and although not with a clear and rigorous philosophical style, he expressed some untimely ideas against the science and philosophy of his time, later argued in a similar way by Santayana. He deplored the most enlightened philosophers of the most enlightened modern nations of his time, who were pleased of their spiritualism. In passing, I have to say that Leopardi used often superlative, adjective, especially ironically. This use is quite strange now, but this was his style. Furthermore, Leopardi's naturalism left rooms for sentiment, whose absence in Lucretius was stigmatized by Santayana. Yet Leopardi, unlike Lucretius and Santayana, was unable to admit that matter can be an eternal and timeless entity flowing through different forms, and in spite of finding the etymological root of nothing in matter, as Lucretius did, claimed that the principle of everything is nothing, and confessed his anguish of solido nulla, solid nothing, actually an oxymoron. Now, my point is this. I agree that there is no affinity between Lucretius and Leopardi on the concept of nature. Suffices to say that one sees nature as genitrix and the other one as stepmother. Still, it is interesting to understand this divergence reading Santayana's three philosophical poets. In particular, turning back again to the words of Santayana, when he commented on Lucretius' naturalism, saying that, and I'm repeating, nothing comes out of nothing, nothing falls back into nothing if we consider substance, but everything comes from nothing and falls back into nothing if we consider things the object of love and experience. In fact, now we can say that Lucretius and Leopardi saw only one side of nature. The first, only the way of substance, they see the things as they are. The second, the way of the things as they are object of a disillusioned love. The first was too positivistic for Santayana, and for this reason he could not understand the human side of nature, namely the love of illusions, of pain, the fear of death. The second felt all that, but showing a vision saturated with anguish, narrowed by it, although not distorted, as Santayana also wrote. For him, Leopardi saw the universal mutation of earthly things and their vanity, yet also almost everywhere the beginning, if not the fullness of beauty. In my opinion, this incompleteness, sign of childness for Santayana, was early overcome by him when he went through his metanoia. That is my last topic. Well, metanoia was however experienced also by Leopardi in a way that can be compared with Santayana's. In Zibaldone, Leopardi told that in a space of a single year, when I was 21 years old, so in the middle of his lifetime, a total transformation took place in him. He felt old, he began to reflect deeply on things, he lost his imagination, and substituting it with reason and truth, he became a philosopher. 1 year later, he spoke of his withdrawal back into himself. He felt that what he admired and loved did not belong to him. Sorry. Of course, all the scholars I'm now addressing know very well how Santayana described his metanoia, and they will already notice similarities between Leopardi and Santayana's disillusions, their transition from poetry to philosophy, and I add now a similar disillusionment about religion, in spite of their belonging to Catholic tradition. Now, as regards Santayana's metanoia, I think it is to be referred back to Epicurean and Stoic ascesis. On this matter, Michel Foucault famously exposed in his hermeneutic of subject untimely reflection, which gave me some interesting suggestions for understanding Santayana metanoia, especially as regards the difference between Christian metanoia and Hellenistic and Roman metanoia. In particular, Foucault says that the latter is not a retrieval of self, which leads to another world, but a transformation of subject mode of being inside the world, moving from that which does not depend on him to that which does. And this is a way to defend, to equip, to possess, and to master the self. Similarly, Santayana said, enjoy the world, travel over it, and learn its ways, but do not let it hold you. Do not suffer it to oppress you. Hence, compared to Christian metanoia, the Hellenistic Roman metanoia does not imply a renunciation of oneself or a death of oneself and a rebirth in a different self. And it does not imply repentance. These points are crucial, I think, to understand Santayana metanoia. Even if Santayana sometimes seems to be close to the sense of renunciations and the rebirth of Catholic metanoia, for example, when he speaks of detachment, disintoxication, he is far away from it. This is also revealed by his expressed claims, for example, about his preferring at a certain moment Lucretius to St. Augustine. But more than this, I think it is interesting to underline the key elements which divide Santayana from Catholic metanoia. One of them is the worry that Catholic rituals with their rich paraphernalia could encumber the spirit with worldliness. In addition, a worldliness transferred to a future world and thereby doubly falsified. The other element is his choice for philosophical life. Describing as human and social the religious sentiment of his sister Susanna, he concluded, she couldn't live a religion as I live my philosophy. Yeah,
Leonardo, I apologize, but we're running short of time.
Just 2 minutes, finish. As to the similarity with Epicurean wisdom, I refer again to Foucault, who focuses on physiologia, the knowledge of nature which Epicurus prescribed in order to achieve the most perfect serenity. So the knowledge of sky and earth, the most speculative knowledge of physics, according to Foucault, is modelized in physiologia, so to shape subject's transformation of himself. Finally, the linguistic technique of this physiologia used by Epicurus is the parrhesia. By Lucretius is the veridica dicta, namely true and free words. So I finish reminding what Santayana wrote in a general confession. If a Democritus or Lucretius or Spinoza or Darwin works within the lines of nature and clarifies some part of that familiar object, that fact is the ground of my attachment to them. They have the sour truth, but what the sour truth is, I know very well without their help. Now I ask, an overconfidence, untimely and pretentious stains, or rather the awareness of the truth acquired by his care of self? This question is just my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The pattern we have set up for this conference is to have the discussion of the papers after all have been presented, unless there is some very quick or simple question for clarification. Are there any questions for clarification that are simple and quick?
Sorry.
If not?
No, I didn't hear, I didn't understand, sorry.
What I said is that, can you hear me now?
Yes.
What I said is that we will have discussion of all the papers at the end, once they've all been presented. Except at the end of each paper, we ask if there's a simple question for clarification that can be answered quickly. And if there are any, then we do that. I do not see any at this point, so I'm going to turn to the next speaker, and then we'll have a discussion after the third group of speakers that are to come. If I were to read all of Glenn Tiller's publications, I would take up his entire 25 minutes relating to Santayana and work in American philosophy. One of the things I do want to emphasize, Glenn, is that you are doing something very important now in terms of helping to bring together the 150th anniversary of Santayana's Skepticism and Animal Faith. That book is probably one of the most philosophical works, most important philosophical works of Santayana, and greatly appreciate your efforts in that direction. Glenn is at Texas A&M University at Corpus Christi, and his talk will be on materialism and transcendentalism. Glenn, it's your floor.
Thank you, Herman, and thank you, Kasia, and hello, colleagues. I had a PowerPoint presentation to share with you, but the privacy settings on my university computer won't let me, so I've dropped it in the chat. And if you want to open it, you can follow along with the different sections of my paper, which isn't too long. In the Introduction to Skepticism and Animal Faith, Santayana famously declared, "In natural philosophy, I'm a decided materialist, apparently the only living one." He was right to hedge his bets. There were other philosophers in 1923 who were materialists. His claim to uniqueness has more credibility if taken in conjunction with the fact that he is also at times a transcendentalist and romantic soliloquy, for his materialist-based transcendentalism is one of the most distinctive traits of his philosophy. Materialism and transcendentalism do not seem a likely pair. The great 18th and 19th century German transcendental philosophers and their followers in America and elsewhere were largely idealists. And even when a transcendental system such as Kant's is equipped with a refutation of idealism, Santayana argues the idealist strain prevails. Of much greater concern is that transcendentalism, Santayana argues, tends towards the cardinal sin of philosophy, egotism. When he wrote there is something sinister in 18th and 19th century transcendentalism, he meant egotism. If transcendentalism tends towards egotism, then it seems an anti-egoist philosopher like Santayana would steer well clear of it. His feat, however, is deploying transcendental ideas and arguments without lapsing into idealism or egotism. Moreover, in conjoining them, he sets out what he regards as the proper relation of matter to spirit. Of course, this rules out idealism, but there is a moral dimension too, since this relation precludes moralism. Indeed, not only that, it sets out the philosophical foundations of moral impartiality and tolerance. Now I'll say a few words about the vice of egotism for those who might have opened the slides. Santayana's transcendentalism would be more understandable if not for his strong antipathy towards idealism and egotism. These terms are closely related. The metaphysics of idealism, or the view that mental life is groundless and all-inclusive and denies the material world exists except as an idea necessarily bred in the mind, is often a product of philosophical egotism, or the assumptions that the source of one's being and power lies in oneself, that will and logic are by right omnipotent, and that nothing should control the mind or the conscience except the mind or the conscience itself. On this assumption, egotism implies idealism. The converse, though, is not true, and for Santayana, egotism is the more serious mistake. This is perhaps why he could say, after thoroughly critiquing and rejecting Berkeley's idealism, "But don't gather from this, I dislike Berkeley, I love him." He felt no such residual warmth for the philosophers he regarded as egotists. Indeed, Santayana found it all but impossible to see the good side of egotistic philosophy, despite his guiding metaphilosophical principle of aiming to see every philosophy sympathetically from the inside. To see why, we can note his distinction between natural egotism and abnormal egotism. The former is the egotism or self-assertion proper to every living creature, part of the natural expression of an animal psyche. This self-assertion, when it's prized for itself, becomes pathological. Natural egotism then becomes abnormal egotism, with its hubris about the ultimate source of power, the authority of logic, and the rightness of some prescribed conduct. In so doing, Santayana denies the central moral message of egotism denies the central moral message of Santayana's philosophy, namely, that we are created beings owing reverence to immense forces beyond ourselves, which endow us with limited faculties and powers, governs our fortunes, and shape our very loves without our permission. The next section now is on moralism. We might think that any practical danger associated with philosophical egotism is slight. After all, philosophical theories, taken as mere essences, do not influence events, and Santayana observes most philosophical ideas do not manifest themselves in overt practice, and many are performatively contradicted. Moreover, he holds that the mere activity of philosophizing tends to have a calming effect, insofar as the mind is absorbed in theoretical matters. Granting this much, philosophical theories are still the creations of persons. Their theories, Santayana asserts, if not causes, are symbols, are a symbol and omen of their practical attitude, and the person who conceives and adopts a theory form, in doing so, certain habits of discrimination and reaction to things. Thus, on the one hand, he dismisses the egotistical ethics of Nietzsche for possessing all the swagger of an immature, half-playful mind, like a child that tells you he will cut his head off. On the other hand, he holds that Nietzsche's iconoclasm is symptomatic of a life, and there stirs behind it an unmistakably elemental force that might manifest itself in any number of ways. One way in which egotism manifests itself practically is moralism. Santayana distinguishes two related forms of moralism, both of which run counter to his naturalistic moral relativism. Moralism proper asserts the categorical imperative of an absolute reason or duty determining right judgment and conduct. The second asserts the actual dominance of reason or goodness over the universe. Both forms exalt private interests and preferences, hypostatizing them as absolute rules or teleological laws. Emboldened by moralism, Santayana thinks the egoist will inevitably act without understanding for others, without courtesy, without understanding. The egotist need not be fueled by malice or selfishness, but principle and duty are placed over natural needs and happiness. However, the real danger of egotism is that it may justify any act, however cruel. It is hardly necessary to point out, Santayana wrote, how completely egotism justifies any desperate enterprise to which one happens to be wedded. Here, we might point to Kant's fanatical defense of capital punishment, or I submit, the thought behind the practice in some US states of death row prisoners being resuscitated after a drug overdose so they may be dutifully executed. These are clear cases of egotism, but Santayana's thought is that egotism is more insidious and comes in degrees. Santayana sees a unique twist in the egotism of some German philosophy. Egotism is usually checked in practice by the facts. Despite being an expression of the will, the world fails to cooperate, and hard facts correct egotistic beliefs. But Santayana argues the egotism of some German philosophy insulates itself from natural checks by holding that the absence of harmony is the very essence of vitality and freedom. The will, in order to will and to triumph, must perpetually struggle against itself and posit circumstances that defeat it. This way of insulating itself from natural shocks is part of the, quote, perversity and moral disease that Santayana found in much of German philosophy. Whatever the material causes of egotism in German philosophy, Santayana does not claim that egotism is endemic to one group. Abnormal egotism germinates in the psyche as normal egotism and asserts itself when material conditions permit. Thus, Santayana sees egotism in Royce's philosophy, finding it animated by a Calvinistic reverence for what hurts. Santayana also finds egotism in the conceit of the ancient Hebrews, that they were God's chosen people. And he finds egotism contained in the ancient Greek postulate that the supreme being is the one and the good. And he finds egotism in the Christian doctrine of repentance that raises the human soul to supremacy over the universe. Far from being an idiosyncratic chapter in the history of human thought, egotism is a perennial hazard which can worm itself into any system. Now I'll say a few words about Transcendentalism. Santayana held that egotism has its largest roots in Kantian-inspired Transcendentalism. Typically, transcendental arguments function by taking some factual proposition for obviously true and then deducing what must be the case given the proposition's truth. So, Royce takes the claim that error exists as obviously true and then deduces the existence of an absolute knower to account for the existence of error. A less ambitious form of Transcendentalism is found in Peirce's claims about the presuppositions of inquiry. Santayana certainly employs the general form of transcendental arguments to explicate his views. Still, this form of argument does not have special epistemic value. And it is transcendental criticism of knowledge that demonstrates this fact. As he sees it, transcendental argumentation is comprised of two phases, skeptical and assertive. The skeptical phase is itself comprised of two phases, empirical and transcendental criticism of knowledge. The purpose of the former is to reduce conventional beliefs to the facts they rest on, and thereby clear our intellectual conscience of voluntary or avoidable criticism. It is the sort of criticism that would show, say, why the claim that ghosts exist lack evidence. A thorough skeptic who engages in empirical criticism quickly passes to transcendental criticism. This sort of criticism is more drastic, since it questions not which facts support which beliefs, but rather all principles of interpretation and habits of inference that justify beliefs about empirical facts. Santayana writes that to disentangle and formulate these subjective principles of interpretation is transcendental criticism of knowledge. The purpose of his skeptical reduction is to demonstrate via transcendental criticism that the belief in the existence of anything, including myself, is something radically incapable of proof and resting like all belief on some irrational persuasion or prompting of life, or animal faith. The transcendental philosopher who fails to reckon with radical skepticism retains all manner of dogmas. Thus, Santayana calls Kant's categories and schemata all pompous titles for what Hume satirically called tendencies to pain. Since transcendental systems are elaborate, if disguised forms of subjectivism, Santayana describes transcendentalism as the method of looking for reality in one's own breast, and more specifically, searching for the reality of all things in one's memory and experience. In Peircean terms, it has elements of belief formation via tenacity, appeals to authority, and a priori reasoning that is a matter of taste. Santayana first traces this approach back to Locke, who, he said, first thought of looking into his own breast to find there the genuine properties of gold or of an apple. He later revised his history to suggest that it was Descartes with his cogito that planted the seeds of transcendentalism in Western philosophy, although he might have reached at least as far back as St. Augustine. Whatever the origins of transcendentalism, Santayana holds that since egotistic transcendental systems are ultimately expressions of subjective thought, they cannot aspire to be complete or universal. This is why, he explains, each disciple of Kant accepts what Kant taught as he taught it, but each rises from the study of the master, having irresistibly formed one more system of his own. Now I'll say a few words about transcendentalism and materialism. It might seem that Santayana's transcendental criticism terminates in epistemic paralysis, but he saw things otherwise. In demonstrating that all belief rests on animal faith, he clears the way for the assertive phase of transcendentalism. In this second constructive phase, the objects of belief are defined and marshaled of such a character and in such an order as intelligent action demands. In Santayana's hands, transcendental criticism is not paralyzing, but liberating. Having excised the pretense of transcendental arguments, he is able to expound the materialism that he instinctively accepts in daily life and that he thinks virtually all other people accept too, even if they do not profess it in their philosophy. So, whereas Royce takes something mental in nature, the existence of error, to transcendentally deduce the reality of the absolute, Santayana, for his part, takes the existence of the physical world as practically indubitable and proceeds to deduce the indispensable properties of matter, along with three other non-material ontological categories that are spontaneously employed by a human mind in the presence of nature. We might say that, well, most transcendental philosophers, such as Royce, are idealists. Santayana employs transcendental argumentation to arrive at a philosophy that is the inverse of idealism. One might object that Santayana, insofar as he adheres to the transcendental method, is only admitting the idea of matter and not admitting that matter exists. In other words, he presents a philosophy of as if. This objection, while understandable, both impugns Santayana as a philosopher and misunderstands his transcendental criticism of knowledge. In fact, he thought the philosopher should substitute the principle of sincerity for the pursuit of omniscience, and his criticism of knowledge is meant to show not that knowledge is impossible, but that it has been systematically misconstrued as being literal and resting on certainty when it is symbolic and rests on animal faith. His appeal to transcendentalism does not lapse into subjectivity or egotism, since, he writes, it is by boldly believing what transcendental necessity prompts any hunting animal to believe that I separate myself from that I rest at idealism of egotistical transcendentalism and proceed to inquire what existences, what substances, and what motions are involved in the case. Nor is Santayana's philosophy, for all his pronouncements about it being a personal work of art, mere soliloquy, for he holds that the ontology he delineates is in no way idiosyncratic. I think it reasonable to suppose, he states, that the beliefs that prove inevitable for me also after absolutely disinterested criticism would prove inevitable to most human beings. The second last section here. No, this is the last section. This is matter and materialism and spirit. By positing matter and identifying it as the sole source of power, Santayana breaks with egotism. We acknowledge that we are created beings at the mercy of a vast, powerful universe beyond ourselves. A materialist cannot endorse moralism. On the contrary, materialism provides the philosophical foundations of moral impartiality and tolerance. For the materialist, the question of why anyone values anything is ultimately to be answered by physics. Values are the products of an animal psyche interacting with the world, and spirit reflecting those interactions through moral essences. Since values are relative to preferences grounded in physiology, there is no normative basis for condemning an animal for being the sort of creature that it is, or for blaming a person for being born with a specific physiology, and so a different set of values. We cannot categorically condemn ourselves or other people for not choosing this or that action, or for doing something contrary to our interest, or for simply feeling a certain way. Unless we elect to yell not into the abyss, but into the fullness and limitless diversity of a material universe, we must in some measure tolerate the existence and aspirations of other things. It's the last page here. The key issue here is recognizing the right relation of spirit to matter. Since matter is the sole source of power, generated spirit is an impotent witness. There is no mind over matter. As Santayana puts it, spirit has no magical powers, and its supposed effects are the effects of its causes. Recognizing this fact and the relativity of values would not remove moral conflict, something impossible in a material world, but he contends that it would go a long way towards removing the intense invective from most condemnations and punishments. Finally, Santayana argues, considered in its outlook an essential vocation, which is to enlighten the will or psyche about its opportunities and destiny, the spirit cannot hug one good only or stand morally immovable in one place, except as it stands potentially also in other places. Timothy Sprigg, in his wonderful commentary on Santayana, takes this to imply that a person looking out on the world, seeking to harmonize their desires, will notice other people with different desires, and to some extent, those desires, insofar as they are truly recognized and conceived, will, quote, become to some extent their own. On Sprigg's reading of Santayana, quote, concern for the needs of others is virtually inevitable in the rational man. This claim might be true, though it would seem at odds with Santayana's often repeated claim that one can recognize alien values without adopting them. But we needn't go so far as Sprigg's notion of adoption to see the foundation of moral impartiality in Santayana's materialism. It is enough, I suggest, to simply recognize the right relation of matter to spirit. Santayana writes, diversity is normal and harmless when the reasons for it are understood. Then all views and estimations become acceptable to the critic as they were all generated by the facts. The thought here is not that we adopt the values of others, which after all might prove fatal, but rather our morality will be sweetened by charity and understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Again, our pattern is to have the discussion of the paper after all papers are given, unless there is a quick question for clarification. If there is one, I do not see any at this point. So I'll move forward, excuse me, with the next speaker. Adam Grzeliński, and I hope I have pronounced your name properly, and I apologize if I have not, is a professor at Copernicus University in Poland. He has translated 3 out of 4 volumes of The Life of Reason into Polish language. 2, Reason in Science and Reason in Religion, have already been published. And today, he's going to speak on the spontaneity of human reason and the world of human symbols. Similarities between George Santayana's and Ernst Cassierer's picture of the human world. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to participate in the conference, and I would like to thank all the organizers, especially Kasia, for this opportunity. Frankly speaking, I'm not a Santayana scholar, so perhaps what I will say, you will find very general remarks only. But I must tell that at the very beginning, I found the name of Santayana in Cassirer's book. It was, well, a quarter of a century ago, 25 years ago, in his essay on man. And as I knew that if Cassirer mentions a philosopher, it is a person worth reading. And then I fell in love. The result of this love you already mentioned, together with a colleague of mine who translated 3 volumes. The 4th is now in press. And I must admit, together with Kasia Kemplewska, we are translating now another part of the Life of the Reason, which should be published pretty soon. So, thanks again for this opportunity. Let me start. An attempt to compare the philosophies of Ernst Cassirer and George Santayana, belonging to 2 quite distant intellectual traditions, may be surprising. It might seem that the only resemblance between them could boil down to the fact that they were created in the first half of the 20th century. On the other hand, we are dealing with an heir to the tradition of Marburg neo-Kantianism, and on the other, with a philosopher who grew up in the pragmatic tradition, but whose system being, quote, neither his nor new, and the result of, quote again, cleaning the windows of his own soul, remains the expression of his rich individuality. It's true that in the preface to one of the later editions of the Life of the Reason, Santayana mentions his inclination towards Transcendentalism. However, this motive is undoubtedly only one of many in his philosophy, and commentators are sometimes in trouble when they try to untie the knot of pragmatism, naturalism, idealism, transcendentalism, and phenomenology in his thought. In the works by Cassirer, encrusted with hundreds of footnotes, as if he tried to pay off his intellectual debts, his remarks of Santayana are only occasional. But whereas Cassirer strongly emphasized the dependence on the achievements of his predecessors, Santayana wrote in a much more unique way, and the references to earlier philosophy are entirely contingent in his books. Not wanting to interrupt the flow of his philosophical narrative, he mentions ideas rather than books he once read. But it is impossible to overlook the fact that in case of both philosophers, we are dealing with attempts to develop extensive, systematic philosophical positions, the exhibitions of which include a series of monumental works and slightly shorter writings, sometimes of a programmatic nature. Thus, the philosophy of symbolic forms can be juxtaposed with the Life of Reason and the realms of being, and the notion of substance and the notion of function with the skepticism and animal faith. All these are, no doubt, no more than external circumstances. In my paper, I'd like to highlight the similarities between both concepts. The first concerns the starting point of both systems, in which objects of human rationality stem from the direct experience, the flow of which is later differentiated, constituting the basis for the development of reason, and on which later ontological categories are built. The second similarity concerns the fulfillment of this development, which is found in the world of symbolic forms, such as language, history, myth and religion, art and science, and the ideals of the Life of Reason in the areas such as common sense, religion, art, social life, and science. Despite some similarities, however, there are some essential differences between the 2 concepts, which I will mention briefly, comparing Santayana's and Cassirer's interpretations of aesthetics, and the development of fine arts. According to Santayana, the emergence of rationality has its roots in immediacy. Quote, "This immediate is not God, but chaos. Its nothingness is pregnant, restless, and brutish." Such immediacy is equated with, quote, "pure feeling." Although this seedbed of reason is pregnant with various forces, as Santayana writes, they are blind, not knowing of their own existence, and can only be drawn from there by a reason which finds momentum and power to rise above its source there. We might be tempted to interpret this transition from chaos to the entirely objective results of human reason in naturalistic terms. The source of the reason is the nature, from which, in the process of complication and structuralization, rationality is born, blind, instinctive, and animal in its beginning, but gradually increasing more aware and rational. However, we should be cautious while labeling this approach naturalistic only, and keep in mind Santayana's warning against the one-sidedness of naturalism and idealism. While the idealists would seek the foundations of the process in a developing idea, for Santayana it would be its culmination rather than its source, materialists would see the origins of this process in irrationality and matter, but they would lose their goal, unable to understand the objectivity of human ideals. We should not forget Santayana's remarks about the restlessness of Don Quixote, attempts to fix his ideal armor, and the futility of naturalists' pains to solve the puzzles of the universe. However, the transcendental motive present in Santayana does not eliminate the reality of the material world. Indeed, the earth trembled neither under the feet of Santayana writing the Life of Reason, nor the feet of Kant's successor Cassirer, a student of Marburg professors. Both of them could refer to biology, and both of them actually did, the naturalism being only local and not shaping the general philosophical approach. But if we are to avoid the threat of total naturalism, we could describe the above-mentioned immediacy as an undefined directness, and we should not feel tempted to seek a metaphysical principle underlying it. Such a principle would be a very late construct of philosophical reason. When Santayana calls this immediacy a direct feeling, one can hear an echo of the old Anglo-Saxon word phelan, which meant the sense of touch. It is the most primal sensation marking the boundary between the internal and external, and which, along with the development of consciousness, allows for the construction of the subjective and objective realms. Feeling gives a rudimentary sense of presence, which can be equated with Santayana's animal faith, the belief that there is something there, but requiring further elaboration of reason. The awakening of consciousness and reflection allows for constructing two counterparts of experience, the self and the world. As Katarzyna Krępewska says, the world here, in contrast to the flux of existence, is understood as a phenomenal manifestation of adaptation, an ongoing attempt to interpret what is constantly delivered by the encountering activity of the psyche to the light of spirit. For Santayana, this immediacy is the experienced directly fact of life, but life which must rise to the realm of rationality if it is to understand itself. None of the elements of this ascension, neither in the subjective side nor in the objective sphere, can be found outside of the process, and ontological categories, matter, psyche, or spirit, describe nothing more and nothing less than its subsequent stages. Cassirer's description of the beginnings of the development of rationality is very similar. Like Santayana and as a successor of Kant, Cassirer assumes that nothing outside the cognitive process can be understood. The world's materiality should be interpreted as pure potentiality, since only ex post, as a result of scientific knowledge and other symbolic forms, can we say anything about what nature is. Referring to John Dewey and the tradition of American pragmatism, Cassirer agrees that all classifications of the flow of experiences are secondary, resulting from the goals pursued. The stream of experience, devoid of the original value containing both sensory experiences and blind impulses, begins to differentiate with the emergence of perception since, as Cassirer writes, there is no perception that does not concern a specific object and is not directed at it. Perception builds a tension between two spheres that can be defined as subjective and objective. From a biological perspective, it should be called the relationship between an organism and its environment, but we can also abandon this point of view and depict the process on the phenomenological plane. In the major version of the system, Santayana calls the attention a trope, an organic teleological drive that accumulates various particles of the flow of existence. Earlier, in the Life of Reason, he speaks of concretions originating in it thanks to the differentiation of what is repetitive or individual and more or less constant. Thus, not only concretions of discourse in the stream of thought arise, but also concretions in existence, being nuclei of objects described later by common sense and sciences. As Timothy Spriggan writes, after that, it is possible for the first process to take over again and treat similar objects, concretions of existence, as reoccurrences of one and the same universal, such presumably as the different species of animals, thereby creating a higher order concretion in discourse. Theoretically, the process can go on, and even ever higher orders of concretions in existence and in discourse. Spriggan sees a difference between Santayana's early and mature ontology, which, as I feel inclined to think, results from adopting different perspectives. The first is the perspective of discovery and development, and the second of the fully developed grid of ontological categories. Surprisingly, as it might look at the first glance, Cassirer's description of the development of the concept of the material world is almost identical. Similarities in the stream of experience become the basis for its concretization, which leads to granting more permanent elements of experience the substantial character, while what is variable is treated as attributes. This also leads to distinguishes primary and secondary qualities of things, in which a large role is played by the primacy of manipulating them in relation to depicting their colors or other features. Thus, even as a transcendentalist, Cassirer refers to various traditions, scientific achievements, and facts from both ontogenetic and phylogenetic human development. So does Santayana, which might be explained by the influence of the development of psychology and philosophical anthropology they both witnessed. Psychology and anthropology provided them with evidences that supported their intuitions. This is particularly noticeable in the works by Cassirer, who stresses the manifestation of analogous forms of thinking, linguistic, mythical, and religious, etc., in both spheres, individual and general. An example of this analogy is the instinctive interpretation of perceptions as relating to it, that is a thing, and you, that is another being, found in young children and primitive peoples, and which in the long term was the basis for the forming of scientific and mythical thinking. Although agreeing with Santayana in his description of the first stages of the development of reason, Cassirer focuses his attention on a particular moment of this tension appearing in the flux of existence, that is, the discontinuity between the organism and its environment. Once more, the biological model might be useful here. If the relationship between an organism, say a brood, and its environment could be described as a reaction to a stimulus in which the effectors are directly correlated with perceptual apparatus, the intermediate symbolic sphere would not emerge. Although Cassirer himself explicitly refers to a biologist, Jakob Johann von Uexküll, one can hear in this statement a motive typical for pragmatists. For example, George Herbert Mead, for whom perception is a specific stage of action. Without the emergence of the mediacy between the organism and its environment, responses to the stimuli would remain only brutish and, in a way, automatic. Initially, this intermediate sphere might have the character of individual imaginations, but eventually takes objectified, communicable spiritual forms. The world does not wait for human souls, but it emerges in the process of symbolism. The natural beginning of the animal symbolicum and the life of reason emphasizes the directness of life and the bodily dimension of experience. For Santayana, in the first stages, the development of consciousness is primarily the development of bodily functions and body awareness, marking the boundary between the internal and the external. At first, it is not yet sure what it is. It breaks with the activity determined only by practical goals, constituting a free play that expresses the inner world of reason better and better. Santayana looks for examples either in carnal love, when writing about the beginnings of community, or the role of gestures and body awareness in the early stages of art development, dancing, or singing, or playing an instrument. Like Santayana, Cassirer also points to the rudimentary meaning of corporeality in human development, traces of which can be found in notions describing the operations of reasons, verbs such as begreifen, vorstellen, begründen, erörtern, and many English or Polish verbs such as to apprehend or to comprehend, ująć or pojąć, who testify to the correctness of these intuitions. Cassirer develops this theme in his detailed analysis of the development of the idea of space and time. The space is originally purely corporeal. It is a manipulation space determined by the body's activity. At this very early stage, here is where I feel my own body, and there means where I can reach. At the next stage, the shaping of space is determined by collective activity. It is a pragmatic space, still not ultimately objectified. We can communicate this space only within the community, and the space is filled also with emotions and meaning. It can be dangerous or safe. Objectification takes place only on the subsequent levels, language and science. The ictic gestures, such as pointing at something, and the use of pronouns such as here, there, or on the left, or on the right, require abandoning the first-person perspective in favor of taking the perspective of another. Finally, this intersubjective character of space gives way to objectivity with the emergence of geometric space, the scientific expression of which is the absolute space of Newton, in which no perspective is distinguished. It, the space, exists objectively, allowing specific actions and an intelligible interpretation of experience. In general terms, it seems that the pictures of the emergence of world-immersed objective rationality from the stream of felt existence are similar for both philosophers, but their goals are different. It is very well visible in the example of the difference in showing the development of art. Santayana remarks on beauty and fine arts are prima facie strikingly contradictory. His description of development of various arts in the reason in art seems quite traditional, as if Santayana wished to provide no more than footnotes to Charles Batte's treatise The Fine Arts Reduced to a Single Principle from 1746, sequentially discussing specific arts such as dance, music, painting, and literature. This is the first observation. However, and this is the observation number 2, when we read the opening chapters of The Sense of Beauty, we see that Santayana criticizes the essential concepts of traditional aesthetics, such as aesthetic disinterestedness and the universality of the judgments of taste. It's hard not to imagine him decisively crossing out almost all paragraphs of Immanuel Kant's Analytic of the Beautiful while writing the opening chapters of his work. Some later commentators proclaimed he invalidated the conditions of aesthetic judgments indicated by Kant in the name of the return to the experience itself, carrying, quote, to many readers the invigorating sense that here, at last, we are getting back to experience, down to earth, as Monroe Beardsley once said. Santayana admits that the notion of free, pure beauty, devoid of any contamination of sensuality and reason, described by Kant, as a free play of imagination is a specific object of aesthetics. However, the price for the certainty that we are dealing only with beauty and not with the sensuous pleasure or the rational good is too high for him, as it limits the sphere of aesthetic judgments. Since Kant's conception does not encompass the richness and variety of aesthetic experience, Santayana supplements the beauty of form by two other kinds, the beauty of matter and of expression. They mark successive stages in the development of human mind: sensuality, imagination, and reason, and the ideals of reason. But still, as human spirituality has its roots in animal instincts, so has beauty its beginnings in lower senses and their delights of, quote, a fragrant garden and savory meats, incense and perfumes, soft stuffs and delicious colors. Although quite famous for the slogan, beauty is an objectified pleasure, the sense of beauty only foreshadows the content of the reason in art, with its description of the dialectical development of art aimed at merging the corporeal material with rational ideals. Santayana claims that each of fine arts using a specific medium, human body, emotions, speech, or visual and tactile perceptions, externalizes rationality in its specific way. Remembering the task of a happy marriage of materiality and rationality, the escape from which leads only to the land of fantasy and madness. In its best works, art is the essence of the life of reason. Man lives in the two worlds, sensuality and rationality, which manifests itself as objectified pleasure in the simplest aesthetic experience. His task is to reconcile and fuse them as fully as possible, although this task may be considered an unattainable ideal of human life. The best artistic works of such fulfillment. It isn't easy to find a history textbook of a contemporary aesthetics that does not mention Santayana's position. But researchers usually limit themselves to invoking the concept of objectified pleasure, as if they had started and ended their reading of Santayana with James' essays in radical empiricism. Cassirer also did not bother to analyze Santayana's conception in its entirety. In the critical part of his considerations on art, he agrees to some extent, at least, with Santayana, opposing the one-sided naturalistic and idealistic aesthetics. In their positive part, however, Cassirer develops Kant's idea, perceiving art as an extension of the experience of the beauty of nature through the creation of a world of living forms, combining the content of Kant's analytic of the beautiful with Kant's comments on artistic genius from paragraph 46 of the Critique of Judgment. And in this way, Cassirer upholds the formalism of Kantian aesthetics. Finally, it's worth paying attention to one more quite general similarity between the stages of the life of human reason and subsequent symbolic forms. In both cases, art occupies an intermediate place between the lower emotional manifestations of social or religious life and the final rationality found in the sciences. However, boundaries between the spheres are delineated somewhat differently in both philosophers. Emotional and rational aspects of human life are relegated to the spheres of religion and science by Cassirer. And Santayana rightly emphasizes the richness of aesthetic experience. Cassirer's conception, influenced by Kantian heritage, is limited in this aspect. But Cassirer's goal is to show the specificity of symbolic forms, and some more light on it is shed in his study, The Problem of Form and the Problem of Cause. Although the concept of form, taken from Aristotle, of course, loses its theological character, it alludes to the Aristotelian tradition in which it is understood as a living force that governs the growth of an entity by its own rules. Hence, the development of forms, also artistic ones, has no presumed end, though it has its history. The future of art offers, for Santayana, vast prospects, and their end is impossible to guess. Conclusions. At this point, one may ask, which of the two philosophers shows more significant tendencies towards idealism? Cassirer, who, when writing about the development of art, ultimately ignores individual human experience and reveals the development of artistic forms, or maybe Santayana, who sees the possibility of reconciling reason and sensuality in art and writes that, quote, that art reaches so truly to the heart of nature that it cooperates with her, becomes a parcel of her creative material energy, and builds by her instinctive hand. Let us skip this question, as it is the result of a vain will to label philosophical standpoints. Indeed, more precise relations between the two conceptions deserve further research, and we can now be content with a few general observations. The fundamental similarity of both philosophies in their holistic nature, as they both show the growth of various manifestations of rationality in the womb of life. The starting point of the process is the active chaos of life. The descriptions of the crystallization of consciousness and the material world provided by both Cassirer and Santayana are also similar. Also, the division of individual stages of the life of reason is not very far from the division of symbolic forms. Although Santayana replaces tedious erudition of a historian of philosophy with a flair of his elegant literary style, he draws from philosophical motives just as freely as Cassirer. While the intertwining of naturalism, idealism, transcendentalism, and idealism, and who knows what else, is often indicated in Santayana's philosophy, they are convenient points of view illuminating various aspects of the life of reason. To an extent, the way Cassirer refers to philosophical tradition is as liberal as Santayana's. It seems, however, that with all these similarities, the essential difference between Cassirer and Santayana is as follows. Cassirer presents the human world from the perspective of infinity, transcending the finite mind of a single human being, and showing how this perspective, the perspective of symbolic forms, enables individual people to communicate, as the forms create one world common for all. Meanwhile, Santayana often emphasizes the individual character of the experience and the possibility of implementing various ideals. He transforms the heavenly world of forms, which are the expression of the aspirations of humanity, into the temporal world of the fates of individual rational lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it very much. What we do is we have the discussion of the papers after the last paper is given.
I just say, if I may, I am not very sure that I could be as long due to the restriction of the internet here. I'm in London, not in Prague. I will try. I will do my best to be till the very end. Thank you.
Very good. There will be some questions afterwards. I would point out just one thing before we move to the next speakers. Santayana did incredible amount of marginalia in Kant's works. In fact, 3 volumes of Kant's, including one in German, have a significant marginalia. And if you wanted to look at that, you might. My task this next time is even more difficult than the task I've had before in introducing the speakers. This time, instead of introducing one speaker, I'm introducing 2, both of whom are very distinguished scholars, and both of whom, in fact, have been colleagues and have been a delight in my scholarly life. José Beltrán Llavador is not only a scholar in Santayana, but has published a significant amount of work in education, something that we have talked about before. Daniel Moreno is also a distinguished scholar with many, many publications on Santayana. He is also the editor of Limbo, the International Journal of Santayana Studies. And it is now my delight to introduce them and to have them discuss Santayana's hermeneutics of our society. José and Daniel, The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Saatkamp. Thank to the committee of the conference. Dear colleagues, we are very glad to be with you today, even if it can only be through the looking glass. I'm going to speak on behalf of Daniel Moreno too, co-author of this presentation. So let's start. The analysis of Santayana's geographical itinerary and his continuous transhumance reveals certain moral features, patterns, and ways of being in the world. One would have to determine to what extent his detachment is merely an accidental outcome, as critical views tend to hold, or rather a deliberate attitude and an ethically and aesthetically cultivated stance. Certainly, Santayana's continuous comings and goings, departing and returning, staying and leaving, remind us the flight of migrating birds in search of the best season. In Santayana's work, one can hear the echo of the ever-changing question about the place we are in. For authors such as Gianni Vattimo, the sense of displacement as a worldly experience is also a sign of late modernity, which in Santayana takes some peculiar characteristics, as will be seen, and can also be identified in thinkers such as Benjamin and Heidegger, whose aesthetic proposals are aimed at keeping the experience of uprootedness alive. A nomadic thought such as Santayana's could then be one that introduced successive vanishing points in its continuous epistemological incursions and ontological excursions as a condition of the possibility of distancing, alienating, or even missing oneself, thereby reaching distances that allow one to get to know and recognize oneself through new meeting places and founding new settlements, loci, and spaces of consciousness with which to reinterpret the world. In fact, to any casual observer, Santayana's appearance is decidedly multifaceted. Santayana, like the god Janus, had two faces, one looking to the past, the 19th century, and the other looking to the future, the 20th. One looking to Europe, and the other looking to the United States. Or perhaps he was like the Mona Lisa, now a man, now a woman, now joyful, now melancholy. For some, Santayana is Don Jorge, while for others, he is George. These names compound in the hybrid George Santayana, a name that we often see in writing, but which grates at the ear whenever it is spoken aloud. Spanish speakers struggle with the George, and for English speakers, Santayana, with its 4 identical vowels that do not allow for the varying tones of English, is practically torture. Interpreting, translation, borders, and being in no place and all places, living as a nomad or as someone in permanent transit with only a hyphen for a home, occupying the space between people and between places, not in a dissolving void, but in a non-location where one can exist. Santayana establishes himself not in a non-habitable place, but in a habitable non-place. Hybridity in its essence. He does this without any desire to proselytize. In his time, he would be viewed as odd in the sense of out of the ordinary, but today, many have come to view him as a friend or a kindred spirit. At minimum, he is not considered far removed from a certain modern disposition that was viewed as surprising in his time, but which is not abnormal today. There is no shortage of people comfortably living out their own hybridities in contemporary societies. So what explains Santayana's hybrid character? How was his double link to the United States and Europe resolved? Santayana uses his American experience as a lens or a prism to refract his reflection on the world he has lived in. From the present, he was immersed in, he expands his gaze toward the past, so well summarized in the gentle tradition in American philosophy. You can see the Spanish edition here. The chapter of character and opinion in the United States, dedicated to the world of academia and written years after leaving university life as a professor at Harvard, describes very well the milieu that gave rise to the configuration of the prestigious Harvard University, from which Santayana wanted to free himself. There, those who do not resort to generalization, like philosophers, resort to specialization, like pedagogues and scientists, whose knowledge is characterized more by what they know than by what they know, and whose research logic would end up invading university campuses and the educational system. Today, this superstition, which Santayana denounced, is very much present in the hegemony of algorithms, which have become both a global accounting industry and a scientific doctrine. What matters now is granting accountability, no matter what for, before or even instead of sensibility, that is, the provision of meaning. And this is just an example of our impatience, or rather our anxiety to know and control everything. Many of our problems are the result of our impatience and of our contradictions. And rather than solving them, we could well devote ourselves to dissolving them. The rest of our problems are due to countless undiscovered facts. The eagerness to comprehend everything, the hybris or excess that the Greeks had already unveiled, is as dangerous in philosophy as in art, holds Santayana. Santayana was at the same time actively engaging and privileged witness of that splendor where, without any doubt, chance and necessity must have met, the same moral substratum that explains the birth of a nation and go to coalesce in the microcosm of a corporate institution such as Harvard. That the philosophers should be professors is an accident and almost an anomaly, says Santayana. No doubt he was, or at least felt, an accidental tourist, even though his residency lasted 4 decades. Harvard, of whose faculty Santayana was a member, participated in the moral milieu that oriented its mission on Earth towards the future, exerting a notable effect on its philosophers, for it gave them a keen sense of social responsibility, because they are consciously teaching and guiding the community as if they had been priests. Their role was ambivalent, because they could be both genuine philosophers, like the rhinoceros, and popular teachers. Some of them were a true precedent for what today are considered academic stars, campus celebrities. The term social responsibility is emerging now as one of the new brands or mantras to which we associate the university of the 21st century. Santayana observes transformation in university life, and at Harvard in particular, with which he felt uncomfortable, for the atmosphere was not presided by intelligence, but by obligation. Santayana's word about university trends, 100 years ago, could have been written today. He says, in the academic life and methods of the university, there was the same incomplete transformation. The teaching required was for the most part college teaching in college subjects, such as might well have been entrusted to tutors, but it was given by professors in the form of lectures excessive in number and too often repeated, and they were listened to by the absent-minded youths, ill-grounded in humanities and not keenly alive to intellectual interests. That the United States or America was an almost obsessive subject for Santayana is shown by the fact that he still left among his manuscripts an unpublished essay on the United States as a testament to his long reflection on his adopted country, which at the time had already become an international power. The essay was entitled Americanism. It was a text more personal in a way than the other ones published, although it is not strictly personal as his letters. In fact, it can still be said, insofar as we are the inheritors of many of the approaches criticized there, surely some of Santayana's comments still hit the target, hence their relevance today. Contrary to Plato, Santayana didn't think that philosophers should become political leaders. It's enough if they propose ideals. In order to achieve an adequate point of view, Santayana goes back to antiquity, a world where everything was imagined on the human scale and everything reinforced and clarified humanity in human beings. The arts purified human spirits and beauty and harmony dominated. It was a paradise in a word. Then the Greeks tried to dominate the non-human nature by sketching naturalistic system of the universe, still human in their terms, but already infinite, impersonal, and aimless in their movement. The modern experimental science inherits this movement. It, like Dr. Faustus, wants power, that is, strange knowledge, cheap riches, travel pleasures, theft, and exploration. So began the age of mechanism, an age that laughs at being cultured and refined. Our world today presents the same features as that of Santayana, and even more pregnant. It is still true that, in his words, there are plenty of sectarians in the United States, plenty of fanatics, propagandists, and dogmatists, but the American absorption in work causes all these theoretical passions to remain sporadic, private, harmless, and impotent. Their social effects cancel and disinfect one another. They count and modify the balance of action insofar as they are forms of business. Insofar as they are definitive ideas, they evaporate in loud steam. And in Santayana's words, the state must be addressed to business, and business must be managed by brains. Wealth must circulate and be widely diffused. And if once the standard of material well-being is high enough, all else will be spontaneously added by the goddess of liberty. But not all are critiques of his world. Santayana is positive too. He looks to the future, to our future, if we agree with his test of rationality. His test of rationality establishes that each action is rational if it tends to liberate our native potentialities and renders our life more perfect after its own kind. That's to say, Santayana is not a dogmatist. For him, each person has his own individual criterion of rationality. Moreover, that vital perfection is compatible with variety and true freedom in the realm of spirit, because variety is richness and vital growth without freedom is nothing. The point is that each life should remain vital, perfect, and appropriate. Vital means fed by sub-rising from its root, spontaneously, gladly, and freely. Perfect means harmonious with itself, an order in which all the parts are included without being distorted, an ideal not easy to achieve, as we can see. Appropriate means capable of maintaining itself and feeding on its surrounding by adopting for its vitality a type of perfection which circumstances render possible at that particular time and place. If vitality were lacking, our life would miss its unity. If harmony were not attained, there would be distraction and torment. If our structure were maladapted to our circumstances, our needs would be unprovided, and our hopes would be in vain. In other words, Santayana's materialism establishes that for the human soul there is a spiritual life possible, but that it is conditioned by the sort of commerce that the soul carries on with the body and with the world. Sorry. And Santayana's axiom establishes that every maxim, every institution, and the whole universe itself must be tested morally by its effect on the spirit. That's to say, they will have to improve conscious fruition of existence in perception, feeling, and thought. You cannot say more with fewer words, but that is Santayana. Santayana's conclusion cannot be more shocking. He says, if Dr. Faustus, in view of the wonders of nature, open to experiment, sold his soul to the devil, he is not forbidden, when the secret is out, to cheat the devil who had morally cheated him, and to repent. Perhaps America, more innocently misled than that old reprobate, may more quickly turn to repentance. Sadly, the figure of Dr. Faustus is still present today, embodied in the bloody experience of war, that always and here and now defies the life of reason. Let's conclude with Santayana's words. Nevertheless, the panegyrist of war places himself on the lowest level on which a moralist or patriot can stand, and shows us great a want of refined feeling as of right reason. For the glories of war are all blood-stained, delirious, and infected with crime. The combative instinct is a savage prompting by which one man's good is found in another's evil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose. And please give our thanks to Daniel as well. In looking at the program, I suddenly realized that the discussion will occur after the next 3 papers that will be coming. And Fred, are you still online? Fred? I think you're there. Maybe not. I'm sorry, Adam is who I'm looking for. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Adam, oh, good. You were concerned about not being able to stay for this long. Does it look like you will or will not for the discussion?
Well, I think, just a second.
This, what I was going to suggest.
So, well, I think I will be able to be here with you all. Well, I will have to leave in 30 minutes or something. I'm sorry for this. So if...
Okay, here's what I'm going to suggest, Cassirer, if this is okay with you. We have roughly a 10 to 15 minute break now for coffee. Many of us will have to take that break, including me. But, Fred, if you wanted to stay online, if there were questions or comments,
yes, I think
we could do that during the break, and then we will pick up again in let's try in 10 minutes, which will put us back on schedule or close to schedule. So 10 minutes from now. Fred, the only comment that I had was to think in terms of Santayana and the early Santayana, to the life of reason, sense of beauty, so on. And then by the time he comes to skepticism and animal faith, he says he is a complete naturalist or materialist. And with his ironic smile says, perhaps the only one living.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and he makes pretty derogatory comments about having written The Life of Reason as filled with a kind of humanistic approach and a kind of something that was appropriate for American life, which José has talked about as well. And yet he still has admiration for what is going on, but it's still as a visitor. How does that affect your view of the life of reason, if you think of the early versus the later Santayana? I'm going to close off my video, but I will hear you. Okay. Fred, do you have a comment? I'm sorry, Adam. I keep saying Fred. I apologize.
Well,
Adam.
Thank you for this remark. Frankly speaking, I focus much more attention on the life of reason because of our activity here in Poland to translate it. But I'm just thinking that one of the interesting features well, an interesting way to read a philosopher is to read him backwards, perhaps, which means that if we deal with later stages first, it's interesting to find out the sources of the thinking. So, for example, if we read The Life of Reason, of course, in the sense of beauty, there is much less ontology. There are only some first ideas. So this is my first observation. But I do appreciate your remark concerning the shift, the change between these two phases of the development of Santayana. And again, I think that I'm still thinking, what does labeling idealist, naturalist, etc., transcendentalist really means? Because what is significant is an attempt, for me, is an attempt to find out the development of human thinking. But I think that transcendentalism and naturalism, of course, they give some special perspective. But I am not that sure that they are so important. It's my second observation. So it's just to remember. May I ask one question? Because you are specialists, and I'm I came here as someone who deals mainly with British philosophy. Have you found some remarks on Cassirer in Santayana's works? There is only I didn't find. In Cassirer, I found only one or two on Santayana, but the way back, I don't know.
No, I'm not sure either, but Martin Coleman, who's here, on the website for the Santayana edition are the text of the critical editions.
Mm-hmm.
And one could go through and search for Cassirer in that text, including the letters, which are there as well. And I would suspect that if we're going to find it, it will be in the letters at some point. I don't know if anyone else has comment on that or not.
So I don't remember any Cassirer mention, but maybe it's a good road to explore the relationship between both thinkers, maybe. But it's not necessary that they quote themselves. It's just that they resemble or they, okay, as you have made. It's really interesting. Okay?
Yeah, a quick search on the text and I didn't see anything.
Can I say one thing, one sentence? I remember now that years ago, I came across, unfortunately, it's a very vague information, but I'm certain that I came across an article written by a Santayana scholar, I don't know, half a century ago, perhaps, discussing certain similarities between Cassirer's and Santayana's conception of the symbol. What is a symbol? There is such an article for sure. Unfortunately, I have to look for it, explore, and then let you know, because I have no idea who is the author.
Mhm.
It was like, I don't know, written in the 80s or even earlier.
No, it's a much better, dealing with symbols in both Santayana and Cassirer is much better excuse than mine. Because, while reading Santayana, I discovered some similarities and I read a chapter by chapter in Santayana's writings. And I found, oh, Jesus Christ, there's something really similar to what I have already read in Cassirer. So this is a very, very vague and imprecise excuse for dealing with both of them. And symbol is much better. So thank you for this suggestion.
Daniel, you have a comment. Daniel, you have a comment.
Thank you. Just, I have been thinking, I think the Cassirer connection is really interesting. And I believe it should be linked to that very important episode in continental philosophy, where in Davos in 1926, Cassirer debated Heidegger. And that answers a lot of the questions that Leonarda asked, and also some of the topics of Glenn's talk, because there was a wonderful book by Peter Gordon, which actually won the Barnum Prize of the American Society of Philosophy, and which some of you may have read. And the deep connection between Santayana and Cassirer is, I think, that both are trying to defend some type of transcendentalism in very different ways against the radical relativism of Heidegger. So just want to mention that.
I would suggest to everyone look at the chat, because Martin Coleman has in fact just put up a chapter on symbolic forms, Cassirer and Santayana, published in 1963, and a reference to it as well. So that may well be, Cassia, the article that you have thought of.
Probably this is exactly this. Thank you, Martin. Thanks.
Thank you.
So those who need to take a break should take it now. And we will come back in 5 minutes' time. Adam, I'm sorry you can't stay for the rest, but we understand what happens with these times.
I will stay as long as possible. So you will just see me disappearing like a Cheshire cat in one moment. Thank you very, very much.
Well, we will come back in around 5 minutes' time then. So let's take our break. Someone needs coffee or whatever. If you're my age, it's a bathroom break as well. So we'll see you in 5 minutes then.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, we will now return to the conference and to our next speaker. I want to thank everyone for being here and for your participation in this conference. Once again, this is a real challenge to introduce our speaker, Richard Rubin, who is now the general editor for Overheard in Seville. And if you haven't seen this, this is probably reversed, but look at the thickness of this. This is the largest publication of the Santayana Bulletin we have ever had.
It's not it's not reversed, Herman, just for you.
Oh, it's just for me. Okay, just for me. Good. And Richard is also the president of the Santayana Society. And if I were to list all of his works, I would take up his 25 minutes of his time. So it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce Richard Rubin, who will talk about Santayana and Dewey on the individual. He has a PowerPoint presentation, so that will go up and fill our screen as he is talking.
Right.
Richard.
Thank you, Herman. And thank you, Kasia and the Institute for, Sociology and Philosophy at the Polish Academy of Science. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen here, and let's see. if it works. Share. Okay, is it up?
Yes.
All right. But Kasia, I also, have a bit of a complaint, but it's not, when you asked me to do this, I said, oh, well, and in keeping with your theme, I would do Santayana and Dewey on the individual, which is something I thought I could do because I thought I knew something about it. But the more I looked into it, the more complex and broad a task it was. So what I have here is very preliminary. And I'm just going to basically present a series of quotations that I found. And but just to begin, we'll say that let me see, slide, there we go. We talk about Santayana and Dewey. We can say that both of them agreed that can you see that whole top of that screen? Yes, they both agreed that there's a natural world of things and events in it can exist and occur independently of human observation, that there's no supernatural realm apart from or guiding the physical existence, that consciousness does not occur except in animal organisms and neither adjust the possibility of artificially conscious machines, and that conscious animals evolved following the process roughly described by Darwin in The Origin of the Species. Now, starting from these beliefs, which form a common ground, what Richard McKeon called a common place of much of 20th century philosophic discourse, they veered in quite different directions in morals, politics, ontology, and theory and criticism of the arts. Now, a brief summary of their differences for purposes of this discussion might be to say, and this was my starting point really, that for Dewey, the individual can be an agent of change, whereas for Santayana, the individual is mostly a witness. But that's not really where this presentation leads. I'll warn you at this point. And so in this brief presentation, I present two aspects of their contrasting outlook. The first is to consider how they regarded the self. And for Dewey, the self is a self-conscious individual, and for Santayana, the self is the psyche, something material. And the other is to look at the way they viewed the oppression of society on the individual and what remedies they suggest. And in Dewey's case, it's that individuals should assimilate to technology and nature to develop ways to lead integrated lives. And for Santayana, it's that individuals thrive when society is organized to let people fulfill their natural inclinations. So let's begin. I'll begin with Dewey Psychology. This early work was published in 1887, 3 years before William James's Principles of Psychology. And while Santayana was studying in Germany, not having a clue as to what his dissertation, which appeared 2 years later, might be about. At the very beginning of the book, Dewey wrote that the subject matter of psychology is the facts and phenomena of the self, and that the fundamental character of the self is the fact of consciousness. And he elaborated. He said, the self not only exists, but we may know it exists. A stick or stone exists and undergoes changes, but it is aware neither of existence nor of these changes. It does not exist for itself. You know, a stone would not be caught dead taking a selfie. I don't know how that picture got in there. But anyway, the important thing to know is that Dewey identifies the self with consciousness. And that is a consciousness that is aware of itself. It is the consciousness of an individual. And Dewey's words are, we have seen that the peculiar characteristic of the facts of self is that they are conscious or exist for themselves. And this implies further that the self is individual and all the facts of the self refer to the individual. Well, Dewey is, he's in effect, you might say, hold on a second, I have to do something technically. You guys were in the way of my view of my screen, sorry. So you might say that Dewey's in effect adopting synthetic unity of apperception as central to what it means to be an individual. The notion implies that a self is not isolated moments of awareness, but an individual with memory who can say of a multitude of experiences, these happened to me. So now, the contrast with Santayana cannot be more pronounced. For Santayana, consciousness is a product of selfhood, not its defining characteristic. This idea is found most clearly in skepticism and animal faith, where Santayana distinguishes the bodily functions that produce consciousness, which he calls the psyche, from the awareness itself, which he preferred to call spirit. In several places in skepticism, Santayana identifies the self with the psyche. I just lost my, sorry. One moment, please. Sorry, I lost my screen.
Here.
Okay, here we are. Sorry. Okay, Santayana, there are several places where Santayana, in skepticism, where Santayana identifies the self with the psyche. Here's one, that I'm a substantial being far deeper than my discourse, a psyche or a self. And when Santayana says discourse, he means the flow of mental life. And the fountain of my thoughts, that is the self who thinks them, is my psyche. So it's clear he makes that identification. Now, later on, if you look at his glossary in the realm of spirit, he's a little more nuanced, and he talks about the self being that aspect of the psyche which manifests itself in public. But basically, that identification is clear, and that most of our, I mean, it's our impulses, that drive our desires and our interests. And so all of that comes from the material side. For Santayana, individuality comes from the individuating element is the body, not the consciousness. Matter is what makes things particular, including in the form of the psyche, moments of spirit. Now, Santayana regarded spirit, that Santayana regarded spirit as something universal is a theme that repeats itself throughout his works. It's especially clear in Dominations and Powers, where he wrote, spirit is not an individual, but a category. So it is the body, the psyche, that makes the individual. And here's the wider quotation from which I pulled that abbreviated quote in which he says, "I understand by spirit only the awakened inner attention that suffuses all actual feelings and thoughts." So this notion was quite disagreeable to Dewey. And this can be seen in many of his works. Consider this passage from Art of Experience. Art is experience. Oppositions of mind and body, soul and matter, spirit and flesh, all have their origin fundamentally in fear of what light may bring forth. Boy, there's a lot in that quotation, but that we could talk about, but we'll go on. Dewey's Psychology, which I started with, was written in his late 20s. It says almost nothing about the continuous interplay between the individual and the natural and social environment, a central theme in Dewey's mature work. It is seen in Dewey's writings on education, on public policy, on ethics, on science, on the arts. He spoke of experience, meaning the experience of a living creature as a combination of doing and undergoing. An individual is shaped by the world, but also changes it. It can strive to make things better. And Dewey quoted John Stuart Mill as, well, wait, before I get to that, I want to just say that the focus on the individual as the basis of society tends to obscure some fundamental problems. And here's a quote that Dewey pulled from John Stuart Mill in Freedom and Culture. "Human beings in society have no properties but those which are derived from and may be resolved into the laws of the nature of individual man." Now, Freedom and Culture came out in 1939, 12 years before Dominations and Powers, but had he access to Dominations and Powers, he could have found the following, where Dewey expressed a position similar to Mill regarding both society and the government. Here's Santayana. "The social medium, regarded as a hypnotic power and source of contagion, is thoroughly physical. The governmental mind is simply so much of the mind of each member of the government as is subject to these common material influences." The basic notion is that society and government are composed of individuals. Dewey's commentary on this, and the reason he brings Mill in, is that he's emphasizing that this aspect of social organization, that is the dependence on the individual, or to emphasize that, comes from a time when the cause of individual liberty was driving political action. Think of the American Revolution and the emergence of parliamentary democracy in England. But after those liberating events, the emphasis on individual freedom had come to mean the absence of restraint on trade, and so a more nuanced view of society was warranted. So, did I read this Santayana quote? Yeah, okay. So here's Dewey's comment on which could apply to both Mill and Santayana. "The reference to individual man discloses the nature of the particular simplification which controlled the views and policies of this particular school. The men who expressed and entertained the type of philosophy whose method was summed up by Mill were in their time revolutionaries. They wished to liberate a certain group of individuals, those concerned with new forms of industry, commerce, and finance from the shackles inherited from feudalism, which were endeared by custom and interest to a powerful landed aristocracy. And if they don't appear now to be revolutionary, it's because their views are now the philosophy of conservatives in every highly industrialized country. Santayana was quite aware of the great influence of society on individual development. He wrote that society is the necessary cradle of the individual. But after noting this, after noting that society is the cradle of the individual, what does Santayana do? Does he write of the nurturing capacity of society? Does he of the possibilities that it gives rise to, or of how to foster cooperation? Now listen to how Santayana describes society's effects. For Santayana, well, it first appears to a child in some ways agreeable, and then other children and all animals attractive. Elizabeth Cook spoke yesterday about Santayana's interest in play. He loves playing and tussling and fighting. But now watch what happens. But society, as we grow older, imposes on us far more. Other people's gregariousness is overwhelming because it is cumulative. Quantity overpowers, and the irresistible crowd might cut us off from the very society which we might have liked and might have flourished in. The crowd compels us to adopt its language, manners, morals, and religion. And it is a rare freedom in human life when even a slight personal originality in any of these matters, or even in dress, is not crushed at once by universal obloquy and persecution. This is not because the public is wicked, but because it is the public, which is hardly its own fault. Society suffocates liberty merely by existing, and it must exist, and all members are equally its slaves. Well, Dewey was quite aware of the ways in which society could be oppressive. For him, those are problems to be solved. In Individualism, Old and New, Dewey takes up the emergence of the money culture and the loss of support for individuals wrought by the Industrial Revolution and the dominance of corporations. He wrote, the development of a civilization that is outwardly corporate or rapidly becoming so has been accompanied by a submergence of the individual. Very interesting in Dewey's writing in this vein, after Santayana had accused him of being the voice of American industrialism. Dewey explained that what is meant by the lost individual is a moral and intellectual fact that is also psychological. He said that the significant thing is that the loyalties once held, which once held individuals, which gave them support, direction, and unity of outlook on life, have well nigh disappeared. Now, Dewey was writing in 1931, when the Great Depression had been weighing on American life for 2 years. In 1951, Santayana described a similar loss in dominations and powers. He wrote, again, it's about how material wealth can bring about discontent. Even material well-being may be jeopardized by material development. Economic security is not obtained and moral simplicity is lost. Thus, the greatest material process may only expose the poor to foolish ambition, the very canker that has always eaten up the heart of the rich. The more equal and similar all nations and all individuals become, the more vehemently each of them will stick up for his atomic individuality. Santayana's analysis of the loss described by Dewey is not so much the disappearance of all loyalties, but that the prevalence of material wealth of some results in the foolish ambition on the part of the poor. Now, if loss of old loyalties that Dewey spoke of referred to loss of social structure, Santayana might have agreed. But his explanation is not in a direction Dewey would have found sympathetic. He wrote, when men accepted as a matter of course the station and prospects assigned to them by tradition, not only had they a certain neutral pride in the arts, costume, and pleasures of their class, but they felt that they figured in the great procession of classes and arts and dignities that formed the variegated carnival of the world, so that their littleness seemed honorable and homelike and integral to the greatness and glory beyond. But when all are uniform, the individuality of each unit is numerical only. My goodness, it's as if Santayana is saying that we're better off with some version of a caste system. The notion that people need to have a sense of their place in the cosmos is a recurring idea in Santayana's work. In reviewing Dewey's experience in nature, he wrote that cosmology is absent from his system. In his analysis, Dewey states clearly that the problem facing individuals is not the result of this becoming uniformly individual, and it's not what other people have said, the result of technology or the menace of machines. Dewey was a champion of technology, and Santayana was dubious of technology as a means of achieving human ideals. So Dewey thought that the problem lay in the persistence of an outmoded notion of individuality. He wrote that the spiritual roots of our moral culture are found in medieval religion, which asserted the ultimate nature of the individual soul and centered the drama of life about the destiny of that soul. The established institutions, the foundations of the social hierarchy that Santayana said gave individuals their place, even though they subordinated the individual, had within them a deep-seated individualism. So what Dewey said was that the fact that the controlling institution was the church should remind us that the ultimate that in ultimate intent it existed to secure the salvation of the individual. The problem brought by the Industrial Revolution is that although life had become secular and worldly with an economic shift from agriculture to manufacturing, the idea persisted that property and reward were intrinsically individual. This persistence is seen in Santayana's analysis that equality causes each person to assert his atomic individuality. Faced with great wealth, a person might easily say, well, if those people can have it all, why can't I? So Dewey sees that this approach leads to confusion about proposed remedies. He said, the myth is still current that socialism desires, and this came up in other discussions yesterday, the myth is still current that socialism desires to use political means in order to divide wealth equally among all the individuals. It is regarded, in other words, as a kind of arithmetically fractionalized individualism. The Dewey's solution is to propose a new model of individuality that does not shun technology, but invites you to recognize your uniqueness and find ways that you can best take in the joys and discoveries that life offers while managing its difficulties. So this puts the responsibility to live well on each of us. So, and Dewey said, if in the long run an individual remains lost, it is because he has chosen irresponsibility. And if he remains wholly depressed, it is because he has chosen the course of easy parasitism. Santayana appears to find leaving the fulfillment of life to the creative imagination of each person, which is what Dewey just said, a despairing prospect. Look at what Santayana says. Independence is cheerless when universal freedom and chaos oblige you to decide the most important questions afresh and by accident. An association is profitless when the whole world beyond you is as ignorant, as helpless, and as undecided as you are. Well, at this moment of divergence, there may be yet an occasion for conciliation. Both Santayana and Dewey acknowledge that the unique character of each person has profound natural and social roots. Santayana would argue that even the social roots are embedded in nature because they come out of the psyches of those who influence and guide, whose influence guides one's development. Both agreed that society is best organized when each individual can flourish in accordance with his or her own nature. What pulled Dewey away from Santayana was the expectation that people would seize the materials available to them, including the full range of technology and the wide spectrum of ideas, to come up with new ways to live for others as well as themselves and look to the future. So I find it rather paradoxical that Santayana, whom I always think of as the champion of individuality and individual sensibility, seems to be arguing that we need a social structure in order for individuals to thrive. And then Dewey is the one who I think of as the builder of community, as the one who is arguing for individual initiative. And I just want to conclude with a picture on the screen. I was just thinking, you know, what would be an imaginative current use of technology to promote and to encourage people. And I just thought it was J.R.'s picture. I mean, this is a terrific use of technology in which he produced this humongous tarp, which is spread out in, was it Lviv or Kiev? But it was in one of the Ukrainian cities, just a picture of this 5-year-old girl who had escaped Ukraine. And he said, this is the future of Ukraine. So that's my presentation, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Richard. I think this will bring many questions, and I look forward to Cassier's comments on dominations and powers and what Santayana's views might be. Now we turn to Eric Sapp, who has the distinction that Santayana would admire, which is that he is an independent scholar. One of the things to note is that Eric has published in the recent volumes of Overheard in Seville, as well as in Limbo. And today, Eric will talk on Reason Obscured, Dialectics after Santayana and the Frankfurt School. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Herman. Thank you, Cassirer, for organizing this conference, and to the Institute for hosting it. And I'm going to try to share some slides, if I can get that to work correctly. And also, if you have any trouble with my audio, just indicate that in the chat or something. So. Do you see the?
Yes, very good.
Let me see if I can. All right. Okay. So I'll begin. Let's see. So, also, I don't have. Oh, so sorry. Yeah, never mind. So Santayana begins Dominations and Powers by explaining his use of the terms that comprise the title of that sprawling treatise of political philosophy. Not only is the concept dominations more specific than that of powers, for all dominations are powers, but powers need not be dominations. But to call something a domination is to recognize it as an instance of an oppressive or repressive or onerous burden from the perspective of some interested agent, which burden the agent cannot, at least without difficulty, escape. Gravity as such, though, as though an inescapable and ubiquitous power, is not perceived as domination. Forces of the sea, when a passenger has fallen overboard, exert a pressure on him that is akin to the tyranny of domination. Although if a person be a sailor or shipbuilder, she can harness the power of the wind and sea for her purposes, and to the extent successful, she will have overcome its dominations. And for limited processes with a segment of time and space, she will have succeeded in controlling natural forces, that is, using them by situating herself in attunement with their possibilities and constraints. Should someone use those ships to dominate other beings, for example, by a naval attack on a city or the transport of enslaved persons, a relation of domination will be instantiated. Its being an instance of domination is from the perspective of the victims or a sympathetic observer, though for the dominator, it is an exercise of will. The grammar of Santayana's word dominations must be carefully noted. It is not, as our modern use of the term is, usually, an uncountable or abstract noun, domination. So when the word Herrschaft, as it occurs in Hegelian or Weberian usage, and the Frankfurt School theorists follow both of these, is typically rendered in English as domination. And though Santayana explains that his use of dominations comes from a hierarchical angelology, according to which both dominations and powers refer to specific orders of spirits in the celestial cosmology, yet when he or his editors cite to the letter of Colossians, Paul's letter to the Colossians as authority, the translation given in a footnote reads dominions, a more familiar count noun. This noun has a range of uses in politics and law, generally referring to territorial possessions or relations of ownership or control. And it seems that Paul, or whoever wrote the letter traditionally attributed to Paul, may have simply had something mundane like that in mind in the passage in question. That is, the thrones and dominations, or in the Latin Vulgate, dominationes, which is ultimately Santayana's source, and the dominations and principalities and powers referred to by Paul are examples of all things in heaven and earth, visible and invisible, created by, in, and for God. The sense of the passage does not require that the listed orders refer to heavenly things. They might just be examples of earthly powers assumed to be of great mundane import. The Greek term for dominations is Kyriotitis, however, and Kyrios means Lord. Dominations are therefore the dominion or domain over which a lord exerts authority, command, or control. A more proximate source for Santayana's use of these expressions is Milton's Paradise Lost. And it is this work that can shed light on the invocation of virtues that Santayana's opening section raises only to set aside. Colossians does not speak of virtues, but Milton does. And Milton, Santayana's begrudgingly recognized role model for his own verse play, Lucifer, established a remarkable parallelism between the divine dynasty of God the Father and his Son on the one hand, and Satan as leader of revolting spirits on the other. In Book 5 of Paradise Lost, God the Father announces to assembled angels the reign of his Son Christ. And here I quote from John Milton. The Father infinite, by whom in bliss embosomed sat the Son, amidst as from a flaming mount, whose brightness had made invisible, thus spake. Hear all ye angels, progeny of light, thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers. Hear my decree, which revoked shall stand. This day I have begot, whom I declare my only Son, and on this holy hill him have anointed. whom ye now behold at my right hand. Your head I him appoint. And by myself I have sworn to him shall bow all knees in heaven, and shall confess him Lord. Under his great vice regent reign abide united as one individual soul, forever happy. Him who disobeys me disobeys. Break union, and on that day cast out from God, and blessed vision falls into utter darkness, deep engulfed, his place ordained without redemption, without end. Then by book 9, Satan's rebellion, already long since a fait accompli, the latter announces to his followers of their claim to domination of the earth upon the downfall of Adam and Eve. Here's how Milton describes Lucifer's return to hell. Quote, he through the mist unmarked, in show plebeian angel militant of lowest order passed, and from the door of that Plutonian hall, invisible ascended his high throne, which under state of richest texture spread, at the upper end was placed in regal luster. Down a while he sate, and round about him saw unseen. At last, as from a cloud, his fulgent head and shape star bright appeared, or brighter, clad with what permissive glory, since his fall was left him, or false glitter. All amazed at that so sudden blaze, the Stygian throng bent their aspect, and whom they wished beheld, their mighty chief returned. Loud was the acclaim. And Satan addresses his followers, and this is the key passage, exactly echoing the passage in which God was speaking. Thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers. For in possession such, not only of right, I call ye and declare ye now, return successful beyond hope, to lead ye forth triumphant out of this infernal pit, abominable, accursed, the house of woe and dungeon of our tyrant, now possess as lords a spacious world to our native heaven, little inferior, by my adventure hard, with peril great achieved. Long were to tell what I have done, what suffered, with what pain, voyaged the unreal, vast, unbounded deep of horrible confusion, over which by sin and death a broad way now is paved to expedite your glorious march. That was book 9 of Paradise Lost. The possessions over which domination is asserted, not merely as a claim of right, but to be conquered, first of all by the deceptive art of original sin, the thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, are those of an earthly domain. And it is on account of the reference to those earthly properties that Satan dubs his followers with such as official titles. And he does so, as it were, in mockery of God the Father, a transvaluation of virtue and a repurposing of power. From the relativistic standpoint of Santayana's reflections, as a spirit detaching itself from political struggles, there can be no morally absolute difference between the respective pronouncements of God and of Satan. Satan is a criminal in the eyes of God, the latter is an oppressor from the perspective of Satan. In Santayana's sense of the terms, God's power is, as felt by Lucifer, domination. And his response is to try to dominate the earth. From his perspective, again translated into Santayana's terms, this is to wield power. But if Adam or Eve or their progeny find their lot cumbersome, it becomes a domination. The broader notion of domination in its uncountable sense also has its role in Santayana's written works from Life of Reason on. And it is precisely the fact that they share a theoretical outlook that ascribes a close connection between the themes of domination and reason that Hegel and the Frankfurt School can be profitably read together along with Santayana. Both Santayana, for whom Hegel is something of a nemesis, and the early Frankfurt School critical theorists for whom Hegel, perhaps as much as Marx, was a great inspiration, whose legacy they sought to defend, take Hegelian dialectical logic as a reference point for reconceptualizing the meaning of reason. To the effect To the extent that, notwithstanding the critiques that Santayana makes of Hegel's thought, some of which are fair and some of which are extremely misleading, they are in basic agreement about the tragicomic character of human events. Put otherwise, Santayana is more Hegelian than he realizes or lets on, and his expressed antipathy toward Hegel can be thought of as a case of what Harold Bloom called anxiety of influence. For instance, the whole notion of a realm of spirit can be read off the conclusion to the phenomenology of spirit, where Hegel, appropriating Schiller, talks about a Geisterreich. And to the extent that Hegelian philosophy has enduring pertinence in the 21st century, it must recenter the philosophy of nature, which in Hegel's system is a sort of vanishing mediator between logic and spirit, and a distant third in terms of his degree of theoretical interest by comparison with the regions of logic and spirit. For that to be possible, Hegelian thought must reckon with the sort of naturalistic critique that Santayana posed, which, because it rejects the Hegelian conception of dialectic, is more radically challenging to the Hegelian method than either of the naturalistic or materialistic critiques of Feuerbach and Marx, respectively, were in the 19th century. The Frankfurt School, by thematizing the relation of domination over inhuman nature and over human nature exercised by civilization in the name of reason, were often, if not always, pointing in this same direction. Here's Herbert Marcuse in the preface to the second edition of his work, Reason and Revolution. Quote, reason, as the developing and applied knowledge of man, as free thought, was instrumental in creating the world we live in. It was also instrumental in sustaining injustice, toil, and suffering. We may add domination. But, Marcuse adds in an enlightenment-friendly assurance, reason and reason alone contains its own corrective. Santayana in Life of Reason, Volume 1, describes the birth of agriculture, arts, and commerce as enabling man both to recognize and dominate the world of nature. That's in chapter 5. He states baldly at the end of chapter 8, the function of reason is to dominate the experience, although adding immediately that openness to new information is as important as a retention of principles for interpreting experience. In volume 5 of the Life of Reason, Santayana speaks of historiography's aim to dominate the past in order to dominate the present. And the learning of history from books can serve the statesman as well as the tragic poet. In chapter 7 on dialectics, Santayana writes that mathematics is the idealized form of dialectic. Quote, the great glory of mathematics, like that of virtue, is to be useful while remaining free. Number and measure furnish an inexhaustible subject matter which the mind can dominate and develop dialectically, as it is the mind's inherent office to develop ideas. To be sure, the accent in Santayana's ultimate conception of the life of reason as a balanced quasi-equilibrium between the inner irrational urges of the organism as they are expressed in ideals and its external natural and social environment is not emphasized on this aspect of domination. However, the aspect of domination is always there, and the tensions, threats, potentialities that this theme of domination expresses form the core of the rational being's relation to existence, that is, to the realm of matter, speaking ontologically. And for Santayana, still somewhat Aristotelian political philosophy, the generative order of nature at the base of social existence. Now, Adorno and Horkheimer in Dialectic of Enlightenment at the end of World War II do emphasize the dimension of domination. Discursive logic, they write, is domination in the conceptual sphere. In an enlightened world that thinks it has overcome myth, quote, it is not merely that domination is paid for by the alienation of men from the objects dominated, with the objectification of spirit, the very relations of men, even those of the individual to himself, were bewitched. Animism spiritualized the object, whereas industrialism objectifies the spirits of men, end quote. In their sketch of the philosophy of history, Adorno and Horkheimer argue that, quote, the rational domination of nature end quote, in integrating all aspects of non-human and human nature unleashes what they call a destructive capacity that could wipe out all animal life on Earth. They postulate what we might say amounts to a theory of the cerebrocene rather than the Anthropocene. Quote, the brain or human intelligence is strong enough to form an epoch in the history of the world. In this way, Adorno and Horkheimer, as well as Santayana, give a naturalist twist on the theory of the inventor of the concept of mind or nous in Greek philosophical tradition, Anaxagoras. Indeed, in Herman Diel's translation of a key definition that Aristotle attests to in Peripsychis of the role of the immaterial nous for Anaxagoras in its relation to objects composed of material elements, the word Herrschaft was chosen for kratein, to rule or dominate others, as in democracy or autocracy. Felix Cleave, for his part, calls nous the ruler element. Both Santayana and Adorno and Horkheimer reject the hypostatization of the mind as a substance, but they retain Anaxagoras' aspect of domination as a quality of intelligence or of reason in action. Adorno and Horkheimer posit their dialectic of enlightenment, while Santayana has his own version of the dramatic reversal of reason's pretensions, or a possible counterpurposiveness of the pursuit of reason. He, Santayana, calls it the irony of government, and he illustrates it with a fable. The playfulness of Santayana's presentation should not mislead us into overlooking the seriousness of the point he is making. One could even venture to say that if there is a generic takeaway concept from Dominations and Powers, it would be the irony of government. Or rather, I would say that if I were confident as to what it means, but what exactly is the irony of government? The fable itself is simple enough. But unlike, say, Jean de La Fontaine, writing in an age of absolutism in politics and of moralism in letters, Santayana doesn't draw a clear moral. Here's an attempt at deciphering Santayana's point. Santayana asks his reader to, quote, imagine a gamekeeper guarding the partridges in a park. The barbed wire around their special preserve will always be in good order. Live wires and traps will intercept all poachers, stray dogs, and foxes in their wicked incursions. Nor will there be any overcrowding or too numerous bereavements in the partridge family itself, for a while, that is. Yet all these undoubted benefits begin to seem ambiguous when the shooting season begins. That's on Dominations and Powers, page 331 of the Transaction edition. Among the partridges, three political tendencies form parties. Conservatives explaining how the situation under the gamekeeper's watch and its corresponding constricted shooting season is preferable to a year-round open hunt, which might otherwise be the case. Second, a radical Republican Party who plan to peck the keeper's eyes out and flee the enclosure. And third, a liberal party who argue it is best to bide their time, wait for the gamekeeper to overthrow the landlord for whom he works, who is the true tyrant, and afterwards partridges and good men could coexist in friendship. The landlord, hearing of the discontent, one morning goes out to the birds, holding a heavy stick in one hand. He instructs the birds about all the efforts he has made to provide a life that they enjoy and to protect them from harm. And the landlord chastises the birds for their ingratitude. Quote, if having considered all these things, you still call me a tyrant, I must say I am sorry for you. Before long, you will be caught blaspheming against your creator. The invocation of God here may be compared with a fable from Fontaine. In book 10 of the Fabliaux, one of the shorter fables is called the partridge and the cocks. A partridge, having been abused by a rooster, consoles herself and avoids blaming Jupiter, as well as her immediate tormentors, for the suffering she had to endure, by blaming instead the master of the farm. It is in accord with the nature of roosters to behave as they do, and the creator does not follow a single model in assigning nature to his creatures. Le maître de ces lieux en ordonne autrement. C'est de l'homme qu'il faut se plaindre seulement. The master of these parts ordered it otherwise than the partridge would prefer. It is solely man about whom one must complain. Santayana's fable varies this Aesopian one in three key respects. An additional layer of governing bureaucracy is placed between the being which is vulnerable to suffering and the divine. Second, the violence at issue is not horizontal between the governed subjects, but vertical, top down. Third, Fontaine's partridge has a complex attitude of resignation, which is split in Santayana's telling into three factions of partridges. Like the conservatives, Fontaine's Perdrix ultimately accepts the state of the world, and the story Santayana's in Santayana's story, the conservateur birds tell a story that mirrors the official one promulgated by the landlord. However, like the radical Republicans and the liberals, the partridge in Fontaine's story dissents from the status quo. But like the liberals, she draws a distinction that effectively absolves one authority by blaming another. The theological problem of evil, of a theodicy, is not so much solved as it is deflected. In Fontaine's version, the god Jupiter is acquitted and man is condemned. In Santayana, the state receives, let us say, a deferred prosecution agreement. This is not the first fable to appear in Santayana's writings. In the second volume of Life of Reason, Reason and Society, chapter 3, he offers a pastoral fable in a section, the marginal indentation for which reads, How Rationality Accrues.
Eric, sorry to interrupt, but maybe 2 or 3 more minutes.
Sure. I'll just finish this section. Yeah. This is a philosopher's state of nature narrative, functionally akin to Hobbes's or Locke's or Rousseau's origination myths, that explains the logic of social forms arising from a hypothesized pre-civilized condition. It is also a fable in the traditional sense, as not only the quote-unquote savage shepherd, but also the sheep is a protagonist. Santayana imagines the evolution of hunting into shepherding a flock as one whereby the shepherd gains a more stable supply of animal products, and with proper management, the animals receive a degree of protection against other would-be hunters, wolves, disease, and a guarantee of avoiding extinction. Santayana then imagines that a philosophical wether, that is a castrated ram, analyzes the shepherd's governance after assessing the pro and cons. Quote, he might even have conceived an admiration for the remarkable wisdom and beauty of that great shepherd, dressed in such a wealth of wool. He might remember pleasantly some occasional caress received from him and the daily trough filled with water by his providential hand. He might not be far from maintaining not only the rational origin, but the divine right of shepherds. Santayana draws the explicit analogy, adding an unnecessary disclaimer about disanalogies. Such a savage enemy incidentally turned into a useful master is called a conqueror or king. Only in human experience, the case is not so simple, and harmony is seldom established so quickly. We may say, therefore, that the irony of government has the following features. It is a counter concept to the social contract tradition. Government, or rule by an organized power, is beneficial to the governed, if at all, by accident or contingently. If it is deeply felt as a domination, it will tend to lead to resistance, revolt, or escape. This may be what Santayana, in the same chapter of Dominations and Powers, calls vital heroism. If it is not felt as domination, and even if it is experienced as a good, it will not last forever anyway. What is more, the powers enabled to expand through the perfection of rational means of obtaining ends can have irrational results. Either way, government will not function as originally intended. Santayana explains this in a manner that seems homologous to the Frankfurt School's critique of instrumental rationality or modern subjective reason. And I'll end with this quote from Santayana from Dominations and Powers, page 333. Quote, man has outdone the sagacity of other animals in finding rational means to irrational ends, but this eager use of reason in incidental tasks sharpens and strengthens reason in its own methods and insights, until someday it comes that, by thus rationalizing and complicating the irrational, reason increases distraction for the spirit and swells the intermittent burdens of life into a petrifying tyranny. Thank you.
If you'll stop, oh, good. Thank you very much, Eric. We will hold the discussion for the end. And presently, we have a pleasure, although a bit of a complication, and that is to correct a problem that was in the program. Evelyn, I hope you don't mind, but what has happened is Michael Broderick was to give his paper within our session, but was not listed. Michael is ready to give his presentation, and so Cassie and I have talked, and Michael will now give his presentation, and then Evelyn, we will call on you for the last presentation, and then we'll have discussion of all of them. Michael Broderick is at the Institute for Human Studies in Washington, D.C. And his topic is Santayana's moderate individualism. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Herman, and thank you, Evelyn, for your patience. And thank you, Kasia, for making this possible. I'm going to read some brief remarks, and I've dropped them into the chat so that you can follow along if you would like to. Equal respect for individuals ranks among the great moral principles. In practice, however, that principle is not easily balanced against others, such as loyalty to causes, communities, or states. When loyalty to states becomes predominant, the consequences can resemble Hegel's slaughter bench of history, on which individuals are victimized. Loyalty to causes or communities can come at the expense of outsiders. On the opposite end of the spectrum, too much deference to individuals can harm third parties and even undermine the integrity of communities or states. Balancing respect for individuals against loyalty to that which transcends them calls for a mixture of individual initiative and social reinforcement. Neither radical individualism nor radical communitarianism or nationalism will do. Recent events suggest we are far from getting that balance right. The storming of the United States Capitol on January 6th, 2021, demonstrated an individualism evacuated of concern for social and political stability. Rampant political and affective polarization atomizes and radicalizes individuals. The senseless slaughter of civilians in Ukraine calls to mind Hegel's grim view that individuals should be treated as means and instruments at the disposal of powerful nation states. My aim is to show that Spanish-American philosopher George Santayana offers a model of moderate individualism that can serve as a guiding light. Grounded in the impulse to reflect, Santayana's individualism allows diverse individuals to flourish in their own ways, but it also moderates their behavior, points to the accommodation of others, and is fully compatible with loyalty to social and political causes. I begin by offering an exposition of Santayana's moderate individualism, and this requires venturing out on a limb in that among scholars who have commented on Santayana's individualism, I seem to belong to a minority who do not find it radical. To cement my argument, I respond to scholars inclined to associate Santayana with radical individualism. While Santayana's individualism is undeniably radical in one sense, I argue, his radicalism there gives rise to a flowering of moderation elsewhere. As I understand it, Sanayana's individualism includes three parts: rational ethics, rational morality, and English liberty. Each of these by itself is decidedly moderate, not radical, as is the combined effect of all three. Rational ethics is a method of character formation that begins when individuals declare sincerely what they mean and what they want. Their goals clarified, they must now harmonize their discordant impulses accordingly, rendering their lives consistent, complete, and satisfactory when viewed as a whole. This is not a matter of cutting away entire swaths of impulses, but rather of careful pruning and shaping to create the most inclusive set of satisfactions possible. Still, an ethics that empowers individuals to pursue their heart's desire, whatever that might be, may conjure thoughts of radical individualism. But rational ethics looks much less radical when compared to the moral anarchy of the sophists, whose irresponsible doctrines Sanayana decried. He finds their doctrines irresponsible because they are unmoored from the actual desires of concrete individuals. Moral precepts, once adrift from individual natures, tend to swell into universal tyrannical laws, he says, universal in their pretensions and tyrannical if, to paraphrase Sanayana, your soul was made to live a different way. Rational ethics reduces those precepts at once to their slender representative role, Sanayana writes, and it surrounds and buttresses them on every side with other natural ideals. In other words, rational ethics, by firmly situating moral principles in their natural context, tempers and moderates them. Rational ethics, moreover, requires moral imagination, and this compounds its tempering effect. For Sanayana, conflicts between actual passions, such as selfishness and altruism, have what he called obstinate existence, whereas reason rises above the fray to consider not actual passions, but represented values. Each one of those represented values has its cerebral seat and present efficacy over the passing thought, he writes, and reason teaches this passing thought to believe in and to respect them equally. Equal respect for values opens the door to a social ethics one would never expect from a radical individualist. To stop at selfishness, Sanayana writes, is not particularly rational. In fact, a rational mind would, he says, consider in its judgment and action every interest which that judgment or action at all affected, and it would conspire with each represented good in proportion to the power which the present act might have of helping to realize that good. Here we have an ethics grounded in a principle of equal respect that seeks to accommodate the interests of others, no less than competing interests within individuals. The principle of equal respect aligns rational ethics not with ethical egoism or other theories of that ilk, which might reasonably be thought radical, but rather with the ethics of social improvement offered by the likes of John Stuart Mill, Henry Sidgwick, and William James in his The Moral Philosopher and the Moral Life. Those theories, whatever their flaws, are not radically individualist. The second part of Sanayana's moderate individualism, rational morality, explicitly articulates the social implications of rational ethics. Rational morality is the ideal state of affairs at which rational ethics aims. That ideal state, Sanayana writes, is one in which no congenial good should be needlessly missed, least of all practical reason or justice itself, so that no good congenial to other creatures would be needlessly taken from them. Rational morality closely resembles the guiding ideal of utilitarianism, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Sanayana joined others in thinking utilitarianism erred by trying to reduce human flourishing to a single thin currency. But rational morality affirms the view expressed in the greatest happiness principle that consideration of others should temper and balance the pursuit of one's own self-interest. While individuals are important, and no ethics worthy of respect can proceed without reference to their needs, the needs of others are no less important and cannot be justly ignored. As with rational ethics, the individualism implicated in rational morality is distinctly moderate. Rational ethics, with rational morality as its ideal, encourages a moderate policy towards conflicting interests within or between individuals. But Sanayana cautions that such a policy cannot go far on its own due to what he calls the refractory materials at hand. Those materials are individual wills, lost, he says, for the most part in frivolous pleasures, rivalries, and superstitions, and little inclined to listen to a lawgiver that, like a new Lycurgus, should speak to them of unanimity, simplicity, discipline, and perfection. That is why moderation requires social support in the form of culture, institutions, and traditions. To make a good beginning in politics, Sanayana explains, one must find a people whose well-knit character and cogent traditions provide a firm soil to cultivate. Here, again, one can see that Sanayana's individualism is not the kind associated with rugged individuals pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Instead of turning to radical individualism for support, Sanayana calls on social factors that temper individual wills to forge resilient, humane societies out of self-discipline, goodwill, and mutual accommodation. English liberty, the third part of Sanayana's moderate individualism, is one of those factors. Sanayana means by English liberty that spirit of free cooperation that prevailed in England and America at the time of the American colonies and still prevailed there in his own day. Its source, he says, is free individuality, the habit of revering and consulting one's own indomitable instincts or mind. English liberty, like rational ethics and rational morality, is individualist in its roots, but social in its scope and effects. Where individuality is so free, Sanayana writes, cooperation can be all the more quick and hearty. That was true in England and even more so in America, where the spirit of free cooperation met with no entrenched aristocracies or narrow geographical limits standing in its way. English liberty in America, despite its roots in the dispositions of individuals, resulted in a flowering of mutual aid. Cooperation, Sanayana says, was taken for granted as something that no one would be so mean or so short-sighted as to refuse. The predominant instinct was to run and help, and conflicts were resolved by mutual adaptation and compromises. Nor does English liberty involve an invisible hand of self-interest, leading individuals otherwise ill-disposed towards each other to cooperate merely for personal gain. Instead, Sanayana says, each person joins in and gives a helping hand with no prior motive. At work here is not greed, but a rather heroic public spirit. English liberty is one of those cogent traditions that moderates and socializes individual wills. Mutual reinforcement of beneficence cools self-interest, prompting individuals to aid each other in the pursuit of different and even contrary goods. Other such traditions, Sanayana says, include science and commerce. Their combined effect is to extend rational ethics far beyond the borders of individuals to build flourishing societies. Individuals avail themselves of rational ethics for the improvement of their private lives, but its effects are inevitably social, and it points ultimately to the realization of a lofty social ideal, rational morality. Rational ethics, supported by a culture of free cooperation, scientific discovery, and commercial dynamism, can progressively approach the realization of that ideal. Under such conditions, impulses of reason and kindness, Sanayana writes, can become effective. People can help one another with no great sacrifice to themselves, and minorities can dismiss their special plans without sorrow and cheerfully follow the crowd down another road. That is one reason why Sanayana calls English liberty in America wonderful and the best heritage of America. His theory of virtuous individuals, aided by science and commerce, each pursuing her own vision of happiness, while helping others do the same, is a kind of individualism, but it is, I submit, a moderate one on whose fruits are as much public as they are private. As much as I'm convinced that Sanayana's individualism is moderate, not radical, there are those who disagree with me. Some of Sanayana's best interpreters, including John Locke and Herman Saatkamp, characterize Sanayana's individualism as radical. In my remaining comments, I'll try to address their concerns and explain why their views, while not wrong, paint an incomplete picture. Locke describes Sanayana's individualism as, quote, radical and total. But the individualism he goes on to discuss is ontological, not moral or political. Sanayana's ontological individualism is indeed radical, but it is also, I think, compatible with the moderate moral and political individualism I have just set forth. There is no denying that for Sanayana, individuals are the basic units of biological, moral, and social life. That might be a liability for my argument if, in Sanayana's view, human nature were devoid of social instincts, but that is not his view. Were man not gregarious, Sanayana says, were he not made to be child, friend, husband, and father by turns, his morality would not be social, but like that of some silkworm or some seraph, wholly industrious or wholly contemplative. Sanayana's point is that humans are, in fact, gregarious. Whatever the selfish impulses native to human nature, other impulses, no less native, support our social commitments. These impulses include what Sanayana calls the necessities of social life and the human instincts of sympathy and justice. Nor is that all, for human nature also includes reason, the predominant impulse animating rational ethics, which forms virtuous individuals prone to accommodating others. For these reasons, one cannot draw a straight line from Sanayana's ontology to a radical moral or political individualism. That, together with Sanayana's account of rational ethics, rational morality, and English liberty, argues for a more nuanced interpretation of Sanayana's individualism, on which a moderate ethics and politics can arise from a radical ontology. For Saatkamp, Santayana's individualism is almost radical, and he, like Locke's, seems to have in mind Santayana's ontological individualism, and in particular, Santayana's view that values and goals are fundamentally individual. But Saatkamp also detects a hint of radicalism in Santayana's belief that suffering is the worst feature of human life, not social inequality. Hence, social action is not Santayana's first clarion call for political structures. Rather, the painful and oppressive plight of individuals in particular circumstances is, Saatkamp writes. I have already shown that Santayana's ontology is compatible with moderate individualism. Regarding Saatkamp's remark about Santayana's view of suffering, two distinct concerns seem to be embedded in it. One is that Santayana's individualism is not rooted in worries about inequality. And secondly, that Santayana failed to show interest in reforming political structures. It is true that worries about inequality are not the first principles of Santayana's individualism. But rational morality, the moral ideal at its core, does have room for such concerns, and rational ethics tends to sensitize individuals to the claims of others, including calls for greater equality. Finally, English liberty applies social pressure to address those claims. Santayana, the person, rather than Santayana's brand of individualism, appears to be the object of Saatkamp's concern about Santayana's lack of interest in political reform. Santayana himself may have preferred private generosity over public policy, but nothing in his individualism, as described above, precludes involvement in political reform. And much of its content actually supports involvement as a means to the mutual accommodation of competing interests and the realization of rational morality. While I don't think Saatkamp's second concern finds its proper mark in Santayana's theory of individualism, it does raise an important point about the nature of that theory as distinct from other versions of individualism. Unlike the individualism of Santayana's teacher, Josiah Royce, which flows from the principle of loyalty to loyalty, loyalty to causes is not a moral requirement of Santayana's individualism. For Santayana, such loyalties are optional, and those whose social impulses find greater satisfaction in modest acts of private generosity cannot be faulted for their choice. This might be viewed as a defect of Santayana's moderate individualism, and that, after all, may be the source of Saatkamp's worry. Let me suggest that Santayana's moderation on the subject of social and political loyalties can also be viewed as a feature, not a bug. In the context of today's polarized and deeply divided societies, loyalty to social and political causes too easily overheats, driving individuals to their separate corners and unraveling the delicate fabric that binds us to each other as fellow citizens and persons worthy of equal respect. Spontaneous acts of humility, compromise, and beneficence not linked to any cause can relieve the social pressure that builds to dangerous levels when politics overheats, reminding us of our common humanity and reconciling warring factions to a sane pluralism. If Santayana's moderate individualism has a lesson for the troubled present, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it. Pleased we were able to correct the error in the program and to have your presentation. Evelyn, I apologize for the delay in your presentation, but now it's my pleasure to welcome Evelyn Berg, who's from the City University of New York. And the title of her presentation is An Introduction to Kenneth Burke, American critic, rhetorician, and aesthetic theorist. Evelyn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am going to share my screen, even though the screen will generally be background. I'm not going to be, it's not going to be interactive. Okay, so share and let me slideshow. Okay, there we go. Okay, hi, I'm Evelyn Berg of CUNY, and I'm very grateful to the Society and Institute for inviting me here to speak to you today about the literary critic and philosopher of language, Kenneth Burke. Since I appreciate that Burke is probably not that well known to you, I thought I would give a general overview of his very wide-ranging thought and then pick out some significant innovations and sources that you might examine if you're curious, and another Burke scholar might pick some others. These are just what I think of as highlights. I sympathized with Richard because when I said that I would do this, I had no idea. I've written on Burke quite a bit, and I thought, oh, well, this will be, I'll be able to do this. This will be straightforward. Well, it ended up being rather amorphous, and I hope that it doesn't seem too choppy as I jump from idea to idea. Anyway, so, and I will also list a few sources at the end, including my own, of course, and that you, if you're curious, you can examine them. I just gave a talk a couple of weeks ago on Burke and Santayana. Maybe for this crowd that would have been more appropriate, but anyway, this will only mention Santayana, will be focused on Burke. Most Burke experts are trained as English or communications scholars, but my degrees are in philosophy and in history, so my perspective is a little different. Let's see if this got, yes, so let me just move out the share. Oh, sorry, I'm not quite sure. Going to move this up, hopefully that'll go away. The Norton Anthology of Theory and Criticism has called Burke a, quote, wild and woolly autodidact and eccentric and original. When he was 5 years old, Burke fell off a balcony and was kept home from school. His mother gave him a dictionary that he carried around as a toy, and he taught himself to use it. Thus, his understanding of language is intimate and idiosyncratic. Another challenge when reading Burke is that as a critic, he generally presents his signal ideas in the course of other discussions, that is elliptically rather than systematically, or more heuristically. And if one wants to understand them fully, it usually requires further reading. Since he published continually for close to 80 years, this is daunting. Burke began his career at the as a fiction and poetry writer and worked throughout the 1920s for the Dial literary magazine as an editor. Today he is considered, then he became a critic full-time, basically by 1931, though he still continued to write short stories and poetry on the side. Today, he's considered a major figure in communication and rhetorical studies. He was also championed by mid-century sociologists such as Louis Foyer, Irving Goffman, and C. Wright Mills. Yet contemporary American philosophers and sociologists tend to know little about him, which has to do with the positivistic and behavioristic directions those fields took in the US during the last century, or in the last century. It didn't help Burke's credibility that during the Cold War, though never a Communist Party member, he remained a fellow traveler and didn't recant, though no one really asked him to recant. He did lose out on visiting lectureship at the University of Washington. It was controlled by anti-communists, but continued to teach at Bennington College, Syracuse University, the University of Chicago, and he received fellowships at Stanford and Princeton's Institutes of Advanced Study. In 1981, he won the National Medal for Literature, and that was during during the Reagan period, despite his earlier politics. Americans tend to disregard their own philosophers to some extent. They have taken pride in being practical, not theoretical. And their original philosophic schools are New England Transcendentalism, Pragmatism, and Liberal Rights Theory. Accepting Santayana and the attempts by Dewey, American philosophical aesthetics is somewhat a sparse field, and maybe some of you will disagree with me, but in any case, Burke takes something from Santayana and from Dewey. Is Burke a pragmatist? Yes and no. Dewey was influential at Columbia when Burke attended, though I have argued in an article that Burke's views came closer to the lesser known and short-lived New Realists, Ralph Barton Perry, Walter Marvin, William Montague, and Edwin Holt, who some of whom were also at Columbia and others were at Harvard. And in any case, he does share pragmatist fundamentals and concerns with Peirce, James, Dewey, and Santayana. Though he has most in common with George Herbert Mead, for example, who he wrote about as well, minimally. He discovered Mead relatively late and said, if I had only known, I could have spared myself a lot of preliminary work. For example, despite his essentialism, Burke is a naturalist, grounding perspectives and interpretation in the physiological body, similar to Santayana, and a survival impulse, the desire, the survival impulse, the Darwinian impulse that is so important to the pragmatists. He also describes action. So he is focused on action. So in that sense, he's also related to the pragmatists, particularly Dewey or Hooke. Yet, as a self-avowed aesthete, someone who was part of an avant-garde Greenwich Village scene in the 1920s and a poet and fiction writer himself, how he characterizes that action is distinct. And he is famous for the term symbolic action. Literature is equipment for living, he says, and he would treat metaphysics or ontology as a human necessity, and transcendence as an inescapable feature, not merely of poetry, but of our linguistic human nature. That is, we are all metaphysicians of one kind or another, even if we credit of metaphysics of no metaphysics. And that view at times exasperated pragmatists, though some, and notably Charles Morris, praised Burke's work. Okay, let me move on. Sorry, this is not, okay. This is some of his 20s. Now in the 30s, like other writers and artists, he moved to the left. And it was a slow process for Burke, but once he went left, he stayed left. Okay, let me move to his books. In fact, Burke is now recognized as an early 1930s progenitor of several significant interpretive movements of the later 20th century. As early as the 1920s, Burke argued that all communication was persuasive and interpretation involved context, particularly history and politics. So I guess Foucault is the obvious figure who comes to mind. In the US, the new criticism and logical positivism both disavowed messy context. They were trying to professionalize and narrow their respective fields. These academic trends began in the latter 1930s and were only fully challenged 40 years later. Additionally, by the late 30s, Burke had begun arguing that aesthetics and interpretation involved the body, neurology in particular. Burke had ghostwritten a report on addiction for the Rockefeller Foundation, narcotics addiction, and had become an expert in that field. So by 1931, his aesthetics involved a complex body communicating within an historical context. But before suggesting Burke as an epistemic radical, I would also note that he asserted a common human nature and argued that general terms and metaphysical positions were inescapable features of human language, whatever nominalists or their positivist descendants claimed. So in some ways, Burke was an unregenerate philosophical essentialist. I'm just looking for class. Critics and philosophers working after the Second World War imagined that a thorough semantic scrubbing would prevent totalitarian brainwashing by propaganda. And this was during the explosion of American advertising. From his earliest writings, Burke questioned efforts begun by Bentham and carried forward in attempts at universal or neutral languages, such as Esperanto or I.A. Richards' Basic English, and then the logical positivists' belief, and he mentions Bridgman and Carnap and others, that clarity required our expunging linguistic ambiguity. For Burke, ambiguity was a core element and a source of poetry and precision, both rooted in the fundamental desire to communicate, a dialectical process. He also refused to accept the dichotomy between scientific statements and poetry, which was pretty standard in mid-century thinking, that there was this rigid line between science and art. He claimed man was neither irrational nor rational, but rather methodical. Ambiguity was built into the human condition and tied to our constant linguistic struggle for meaning. For meaning, coherence, and order. Humans made meaning, yet not arbitrarily. They made meaning against a standard. And he was critical of Dada, for example, even as a young man. His concern with general terms connected him to Peirce, Charles Peirce, and Plato. Philosopher Sidney Hook said of Burke that he had attempted a home-baked objective relativism. Burke gives us this definition of humankind, quotes, "Man is the symbol-using, symbol-making, symbol-misusing animal, inventor of the negative, or moralized by the negative." And I think another way of putting that would be original sin, but I'll continue. Separated from his natural condition by instruments of his own making, goaded by the spirit of hierarchy, or moved by the sense of order, and rotten with perfection. Burke's philosophy of literary form, the lead essay in a collection that embodies his own open-minded school of literary criticism, explores the workings of symbolic action in an extended study of Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Burke here connects Coleridge's ideological, romantic, and neurological problems, particularly his narcotic addiction, which he terms extrinsic biological information or topics, to the words, sounds, rhythm, and movement of the poem, intrinsic topics, to come up with a remarkable analysis justly famous. His advocating using all there is to use for literary analysis was opposed to the professional new criticism of the period and was thought in poor taste. In that book, Philosophy of Literary Form, Burke also targets logical positivism, which was, as mentioned previously, a similar disciplinary narrowing. Some have read Burke's symbolic action as a sophisticated theory of propaganda. In my view, symbolic action is Burke's aesthetic and non-reductive attempt at exploring the mind-body relationship and exploring mind-body identity as it is expressed in our creative use of symbols. R.P. Blackmer suggested that Burke is a critic's critic. He is also a critic of criticism. Burke begins Permanence and Change in 1935 by saying that, quotes, all living things are critics, close quotes. For him, not merely need or desire, but discrimination, selective preference, ground survival, and thus appeal is fundamental to all discourse. When discussing Mannheim, he suggested a referee theory, quotes, theory of perspectives, close quotes. That is a critical meta-perspective that would surface and clarify other perspectives. So when you read Burke, expect him to critique the critic interpreters such as Nietzsche, Freud, Dewey, and Marx, and their various derivations. So I'm going to mention some areas where I find his treatments particularly astute. The screen does not match up, but I will review these afterwards. Base and superstructure relations. So I said he turned left in the early 30s. So he had a lot of, as an aesthete, he had to grapple with the issues of base superstructure relations. Despite his leftism and socio-historical contextualism, as an aesthete, Burke eschews materialist reductionism. This begins with his 1930 writings, particularly Auscultation, Creation, and Division, The Rout of the Aesthetes, Literature, Marxism, and Beyond, which was only published in the 90s. He couldn't find anybody to publish it in the 30s. And Auscultation, which is listening to the heartbeat, it refers again to neurology and the body. It develops from there into his transcendental modern linguistics. Thus, he challenges all simplistic psychological causes and effects. The stimulus response of behaviorism, the rigid Marxian explanations of culture as dominated by social structures. He has been compared at times to Gramsci or with Gramsci. Though Burke pilfers plenty from Freud, he also targets Freud's deterministic theories of childhood trauma and choices of symbols as artificially narrow and reflexive, heads I win, tails you lose, kinds of argumentation or forms of argumentation. He claims that the body, the possession of limbs and their affordances, as well as neurology, are equally or even more powerful motives for intellectual production, or is in any case. His later work points out characteristics of language as their own motives that then produce symbols and symbolism and are self-perpetuating, so that the actual use of language creates linguistic motives of their own, of its own. We can feel that when, I suppose, when we keep talking, as you know, and how we're driven to continue to speak. And as I said, he's a modern rhetorician as well. When advising writers during the Depression, advising them on how to write socialist propaganda, in an oft-quoted presentation to the League of American Writers, and the presentation, Revolutionary Symbolism in America was the title, he suggested that American Marxists should abandon rigid binary terminologies such as proletarian and bourgeoisie to use instead terms from the American political lexicon, such as the people. And he was momentarily vilified for this. This was a more supple and natural way to promote unity over class division. And he said, isn't unity ultimately the goal? Coincidentally, the Comintern was simultaneously launching a popular front as their next policy. A few years later, in Hitler's Battle, another speech, he examined the sexual symbolism in Hitler's brand of fascist rhetoric. So the next topic that he's well known for is the concept of perspective by incongruity. This concept is found also in Permanence and Change, and he calls it verbal atom cracking. He uses his study of symbolist poetry, his extensive study, for a broader purpose, noting that when one joins two terms that normally would not be joined, that it may provide a fissure, an intellectual fissure that allows one to see around corners. The Russian formalist theorist Viktor Shklovsky, in fact, had a similar idea, defamiliarization. And that was a decade earlier, though it's unlikely that Burke knew it. Okay. Motives, dramatism, and symbolic action. I titled this talk, Burke, Philosopher of Motives. I cannot think of another American thinker who has taken as his field the analysis of motives to this extent. The Grammar of Motives, his magnum opus, begins by asking, quote, what is involved when we say what people are doing and why they are doing it? As social beings, close quotes, as social beings, this is what we want to know. Burke investigates not only what drives us, but how we characterize those drives, a characterization that in turn directs further action. Burke aims to investigate the invisible areas of mediation, and I'm thinking of some of Adam's remarks earlier. The invisible areas of mediation, and he does mention Cassirer in several places in Rhetoric of Motives. Invisible areas of mediation in what people say and what they do. He is not discussing intentions per se, but the workings of a motor, a linguistic process, and this is symbolic action. In A Grammar of Motives, he offers his own philosophic system, dramatism. Dramatism is based in a pentad of act, what we say occurred, scene, what the context was, agent, who did it, agency, how they did it, and purpose, what was the goal. Each of these prongs corresponds in turn to a school of philosophy. Act, realism, agent, idealism, agency, pragmatism, and purpose, mysticism. These pentatic prongs are paired off, and those combinations form ratios that like act scene or agent scene that can be used in analysis. So he says that's a way of analysis. When we're talking about what someone did, we look at those aspects and we can pair off those aspects and we see ratios. And he argues that these ratios actually exist in space and time. Maybe not space, but in time for sure. As a tool for the analysis of motives in literature and philosophy, Burke is the only great practitioner of his system, of his own system. But as a metaphysics or an ontology of language, it is a compelling tour de force. His analyses of philosophers, of then current ideas about language and their promoters, and his metaphor of social creativity, which moved from poetry here to a dialectic of constitutions. And the last talk, which was talking about liberalism, and the last two talks actually are related here. It's an impressive tour de force that changes your thinking on all these issues. Hobbes, Spinoza, Kant, Darwin, Aristotle, Aquinas, Hume, and Santayana, semanticists such as Korzybski, to name just a few of the names. Schools such as behaviorism, investigation of terms such as synecdoche, and explorations of symbolic action in Keats' Ode to a Grecian Urn. A grammar of motives may be overwhelming and overstuffed, but it is replete with lively ideas expressed in a graceful, ingratiating writing style. Burke's erudition serves his irrepressible delight in language itself. It is also a statement of his own philosophical realism. He contends that fluid relations in ideas are real and move towards a structure or order echoing the human form. And here we definitely can connect him with Plato. He blends early 20th century philosophical and mathematical ideas, those of relations, and this again refers also back to James, William James, with Platonic idealism. The grammar is, as I said, his magnum opus. He follows it with a rhetoric of motives and a rhetoric of religion, or the rhetoric of religion, which moves forward with brilliant analyses in the dramatist vein of the rhetorics of Genesis, Augustine, Kafka, Kierkegaard, Cassirer on Machiavelli, and many, many others. Now, finally, one of the things that I guess I personally found very revealing or very helpful when I was reading Burke was he revealed aspects of the term attitudes. For Burke, Burke suggested that were he to make his pentad a hexad, he would include attitude as one of the major terms in dramatism. How this would work, since it seems a different category, I can't say. But in Permanence and Change in the 30s, Attitude Towards History, which was from 1937, and The Philosophy of Literary Form, 1941, Burke uses the term attitudes as central to understanding motives and as central to the mechanism, if so to speak, of motives. Attitudes also tie in with piety, our ground level desire to remain loyal to the sources of our being, which he took from Santayana, and is tied also with style. And both of these are fragments of our ideologies, our teleologies, and our ontologies, and they organize for us what goes with what. That is, as we think, as we speak, as we categorize, we recognize affinities, kinships, and oppositions which are so crucial to aesthetics. But they are also requisite, attitudes are requisite for how a larger situation will be interpreted in terms of action, how we will divide up from the blooming, buzzing confusion, how we take a situation, we carve a situation out of that, and how we understand action within that situation.
Evelyn, I'm sorry to interrupt. But
I have one sentence. Attitudes towards history, for example, describes acceptance frames that allow us to form attitudes that help us adapt to the vagaries of history in the philosophical sense. That is, life in a vivid, infinite, and continuously transforming universe. And these are just some sources. Thank you. That's the end. And I will stop my share.
thank you very much, Evelyn, for introducing us to Kenneth Burke. And now we have a challenge, which is a remarkable one. We have scheduled 40 minutes for discussion. I'm hoping that that's still possible, and not Cassia is shaking her head yes. What I will try to do is, as you have questions, please indicate which of the speakers you are asking the question of. If you raise your hand or wave, I'll try to recognize you. I will try to, as I'm assuming there'll be a number of hands up, I will try to say at least 3 people in a particular order will speak as I see their hands come up. I want to make a general comment before we open for discussion. But the discussion, if you're on Central Time in the United States, if we add 40 minutes, then that means we would end at 10 minutes after 1. If you're on Eastern Time, 10 minutes after 2. If you're other places, you figure it out for yourself. In terms of just a comment on the critical edition of the Santayana edition. So many people have mentioned dominations and powers. It creates one of the greatest problems in editing that I think one will have, and I'm pleased that Martin and Phaedra are going to have to deal with this and not me. Santayana began his notes on dominations and powers in the early 1900s, and he continued sort of off and on until 1939, 1940, writing these notes. During World War II, he focused principally on other things, although there may have been a few notes written. When World War II ended, he described the notes for dominations and powers as just a horrendous mess. And when Scribners put lots of pressure on him to publish more works, because it was very popular, he turned to everything else, putting dominations and powers last. When Daniel Corey came to help him, and they finally turned in the last instance to dominations and powers, Santayana, this was around 1950-51, Santayana was blind in one eye, had to read with a magnifying glass with the other, and was hard of hearing. And he assigned Corey to choose how to pull the notes for dominations and powers together. And he put in some rules for Corey to review things with him. Corey's letters to Scribners, which are in the Princeton collection, indicate Corey took a little more leeway than Santayana had indicated. In fact, in one letter, Corey indicates he co-authored the volume with Santayana. So I leave to Martin and Phaedra and the Santayana edition to try and figure out how to pull together a critical edition that reflects Santayana's final intentions for the edition. Please raise your hand or the chat if you'd like. I see Richard with his hand up. Let me see if there are others. Cassia, I see. So Richard and then Cassia for now. Richard?
There was Randy, I think, before me.
I'm sorry, tell me who.
Was there also?
Cassia, I have a small screen. Maybe you
Yes.
can keep
So
track.
there is Randall Oxier, if I'm pronouncing the surname
Yes.
correctly. I think Randy was before me. And then is also Adam Sopuk.
Thank you. Richard.
I just want to make a quick announcement, and if I have a comment, I'll raise my hand again, which is that Evelyn's talk on Burke and Santayana and David Seipel's talk on Santayana and Christianity, which they gave remotely at SAP, and was underattended. I would like to present it again. We have talked tentatively about having a date in May, but I realize I have some problems with that date. So I will confer with them, but we will give it again online. Those, again, David Seipel and Evelyn Berg, and some future date, either in May or June, and I'll send the announcement out on the Santayana listserv.
I think now it's Randy's turn.
Oh, thank you. Reaching back about 100 years to Glenn's paper, seems pretty far back now. But also Adam, who is no longer online with us. I heard both of you refer to Royce, while Glenn referred to Royce as a transcendental philosopher. That is false. He explicitly denied it. And I heard Adam refer to Cassirer as a transcendental philosopher, which is also false, explicitly denied. Cassirer called himself critical. But just generally speaking, there were a couple of other things that Glenn said about Royce that are simply wrong. And I know why this happens is because people use what Santayana says about Royce as a source on Royce. And so just a point, if you use James, Peirce, Dewey, or Santayana as a source about what Royce thinks, you are going to be wrong. Not a single one of them gives anything close to an accurate representation of Royce's thought. Now, this is also true when you cross other figures. So it's not just Royce who's being mistreated. Don't trust James about Dewey. Don't trust Dewey about anybody, because these guys are not close readers of one another's thought. And so when you feel tempted to say, Royce is this or Santayana is that, be sure to get it from the original source, as opposed to the caricature of, the caricature of Royce or James or Santayana by one of the others of this group. They just weren't close students of one another.
May I respond?
Glenn.
Yes. This paper actually grew out of a paper I gave at a Royce conference before the pandemic. It was a celebration of Royce's philosophy. And of course, Santayana was Royce's student, and Santayana was advised by Royce.
Santayana wasn't anybody's student. Royce directed his dissertation.
Yes, but Santayana attended regularly his lectures, wrote about attending his lectures.
And sort of.
So let me finish. So fair to say, he was engaged with Royce's philosophy and knew him as a person, and was in his, attended his classes, if not a student, although Royce was his dissertation advisor, you might call him a student. I agree with you that it might be wrong to call Royce a full-on transcendental philosopher. And I think that term, the way Santayana uses it, has great degrees. It's not like it's an on and off switch. And I would say the same thing for egotism. What I do think is right about what I said was Royce engages in transcendental argumentation. Some of his arguments take that kind of form. Okay, we have a disagreement in interpretation. All right.
His conception of necessity is not transcendental necessity. He follows Peirce in this regard.
Sure, and I guess, and Peirce has also is a bit of a transcendentalist, but of a different sort. So, you know, I can agree with you. There's a big difference between Kant and Fichte and Peirce and everybody else, but there's a form of argumentation where you posit something as being obviously true or a priori true or some kind of given. And then you take that given as a springboard to deduce other sorts of consequences. And that form of argument can have a special place of pride in a lot of these transcendental philosophers. And I think it does a lot of work for Royce. It does it, and for Peirce too. It's a heavier lift than for Santayana. So maybe I can take the edge off some of your criticism by acknowledging that this is really a bit a matter of degree. And when I'm talking about Royce, and especially Peirce, it's this form of argument that you see as given a special place of pride. But you know, perhaps you disagree with that. That's okay.
You and I will have to disagree about what you mean by form of argument, because both of them explicitly set the form of argument that they are making apart from the transcendental. It's a hypothetical form of argument that puts the possible before the necessary. And if you do that, it's no longer transcendental argumentation.
Do you think that his claim that error exists is a possible or a necessity?
That was another thing I was going to say, but I decided to leave it alone. You said error is mental for Royce, and that is also false.
Oh, that is how Santayana interprets error, because for Santayana, his notion of truth is not linguistic, it's not based on judgment or assertion or anybody thinking. So yes, this is seen through the lens of Santayana's philosophy. He sees that as a error or falseness is essentially mental notion, whereas truth for him is a fundamentally ontological notion, has nothing to do with thoughts.
Okay, but that's part of the reason I didn't say anything about it, because I knew where you were getting it. And it simply isn't Royce's view. I don't think Santayana was a sincere listener to Royce at all. I think he was deeply insincere in his relationship with Royce pretty much the whole way. And I think this comes out in the Gentile tradition and the other sorts of attacks that Santayana makes on Royce that Royce certainly didn't deserve.
I'm glad I left the bit out where he called Royce a Satanist.
Actually, that would have been closer to being true.
Okay, I think it's for transcendental reasons, but okay.
Let us turn to other comments. Cassia, I think you were next.
Yes, so I have a few comments. First of all, thank you for unpacking Burke's thought. I have Evelyn, of course it's to Evelyn. Thank you, Evelyn, for unpacking Burke for us. I find it very helpful. I have tried a couple of times to approach his philosophy, but it's a big and complex thing. So actually I ended up reading passages about Santayana in Burke, but not properly Burke. So now after your introduction, I am encouraged, and I think I grasped at least a general idea of his work. So thanks for that. Next comment concerns Michael Broderick's presentation. Thank you, Michael. I enjoyed it very much. And I just want to say that I'm among a few scholars who interpret Santayana's individualism as moderate, and in general, I agree with your interpretation. In my recent book on Santayana's political philosophy, I address this issue. I call his individualism an Apollonian individualism, and it's a variety of a very delicate, non-predatory kind of individualism. So I agree with you here. And then I don't know if I would like to comment all the presentation, but it's simply impossible. So maybe I will go back to the beginning. I don't know if Leonarda is here with us. Is Leonarda?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Leonarda, for this great discussion of Santayana in the context of Leopardi and Lucretius. But I would like to go back to the very beginning of your speech when you mentioned certain comparisons between Santayana and Heidegger. I feel like obliged to respond at least briefly, because some years ago I wrote an article where I attempted such a comparison. So I would like to say just a few things. First of all, I agree with you that in general, these are two very different philosophies. And this is also how I started my article, as far as I remember, that at the point of departure, we have two different philosophies. And this has to be acknowledged at the beginning. But then, given this, we may still find a very interesting point of convergence, or at least a platform where a dialogue can be established. And there are proofs for that, both in Santayana's correspondence. There are at least 4 or 5 letters in which he clearly comments on his, well, at least inspiration with Heidegger's philosophy. And there are also proofs in Santayana's Marginalia, in being and time. So just to give some examples, I agree with you that their conception of nature is different, their conception of reason is different. Santayana is never as suspicious about reason as Heidegger was. However, he is skeptical about a certain conception of reason as well. And what Santayana certainly well appreciated in Heidegger were two things. First, his seriousness about death, and his strategy of treating death as a framing for life, and thus a strongly individualizing factor. I guess Santayana noticed a certain lack of interest in death in pragmatist philosophy, or at least an insufficient interest in death, and he found this in Heidegger. So death as an idea that has a certain individualizing power in human life, which was in line with his respect for the idea of finitude of a human life. And second, both Heidegger and Santayana were against the hybristic concept of reason that is present in some threads of Western thought. And here I can also allude to José Beltrán and Daniel Moreno's paper, because they also mentioned the hybris, ancient Greek hybris, that was a target of Santayana's criticism of what he called Americanism. So all this also involves elements of a cultural criticism. So that's it. I might have like many more things about all other presentations, but I don't want to take more of your time. Thank you.
Leonarda, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Just to say that I read Cassia's book, and I found it very, very, very interesting. And I know that many of Santayana's thought can be appear close to Heidegger's way of thought, And I know that he, in his letters, he finds Heidegger's book, that is Being and Time, is interesting, stimulating, but I think that this great divide that is Santayana's ontology and Heidegger's ontology definitely it's not possible to overcome this divide. But for the rest, I think that, philosophy is hermeneutical, so it is possible to work on and try to find a new way to, of course, to read any philosopher. So it's okay. And thank you for the interest to Katia.
Thank you.
And Daniel Moreno, or I'm not sure Jose is still with us, Beltrán. Do you have a response, Daniel?
Well, José Beltrán had to leave. He apologized for that. No, I have no comment about hubris. Cassie understood very well our paper, okay? But I'd like to say something about Michael Broderick's text, no? I agree with Cassia that he put his finger in a key point, okay? Of course, Santayana is not radical individualism, okay? He's social in scope. He wrote Reasoning, Society, Domination and Power, and English Liberty essay, so nice an essay, okay? So, but I think that when he don't agree with John Locke and Herman Saatkamp, I think their discussion is not about Santayana's ideas. It's just about words. If they agree how to define or how they understand the word individual and individualism, I think they all agree, because Santayana's texts are clear enough. Of course, he's individualistic ontologically, as he said, but not moral, not political. Herman said sometimes that Santayana's individualism comes from his Spanish citizen, okay? But Spanish society is not specifically individualistic. Here we have community, parties, family, people, okay. So I agree with Michael, and if you both spoke, try to understand yourself and be aware that if you discuss, it's only about words, not about what Santayana said, I think. I'm not sure if you agree, Michael or Herman. I think you read Santayana's, we all read, and it's very clear. Cassia said, Santayana clearly is not radical, individualistic in any way. Okay.
Michael?
I wrote this paper in part because I hear the term radical individualism associated with Santayana, and I don't know what that means. So I like the fact that Daniel calls for clarification of that key term. And I'm happy to admit that Santayana was, in fact, a radical individualist in some sense, other than the one that I addressed in the paper.
And my comment would be that I largely agree with Michael. And John Locke and I have had some considerable discussions about this from my graduate school days until just about 3 weeks ago. At the very same time, I think there is a sense of the individualism in Santayana that each individual should try to achieve what is their own good and in their own environment. And that, in some ways, is what caused Santayana to leave Harvard. And that is also what caused him to develop a life that eventually became more, as was portrayed in Daniel and José's paper, of a kind of an isolation with receiving visitors, but never visiting anyone else. So I think there is much more to be said about this, and I appreciate the comments and criticism. The one thing I would say to Daniel about his paper and also Leonarda is that there is a sense that is missed in Santayana, that Santayana was incredibly active as a student and even as a professor. I mean, he belonged to 22 organizations as a student. He held all these meetings in his room. When he had his metanoia, which started about 1893, 1894, he clearly says it took a long time for it to occur. It didn't happen quickly. Yeah. And so even by 1910, 1911, he is writing that he is a socialist based on the students and others that he had in his rooms. And he was still very much involved in things, even through World War I, and the like. And even when he moved, so almost permanently, to Rome, although he spent his summers in the mountains so he could get out of the heat of Rome, he had guest visitors. He traveled. He was, he wasn't the isolated monk that we often think of him as because of his isolation in the hospital during World War II and until his death. So I would just encourage you to think about Santayana as the incredibly active human being during this and so on. So.
I know. Well, I just had much more time than I did, so I couldn't go on very deeply on this side of Santayana. Also because I know that you always know this side and this and prefer to put my attention more on other sides, Leopardion, because I thought that this could be something new. But I know definitely I agree about anything you say, and I think that Epicureanism can be a model to compare just because of friendship and paresia. Santayana appreciated this side of Epicureanism, also three philosophical poets, and also elite effect. In fact, this side of philosophical life. I know. Thank you for your comment.
Yes.
Okay, of course, I agree that Santayana was not an engaged intellectual. He didn't belong to any party, okay? But that not means that he was a radical individualistic, okay? Maybe other, as Bertrand Russell or Jean-Paul Sartre, okay? They fight with the people we were fighting, okay? But for Santayana, all of these were domination, okay? And he didn't like domination. He put his test of rationality. We must harmonize all the individuals. This not mean individual. Of course, he's not an engaged political thinker, okay? Engaged. But between both extremes. There are a lot of possibilities in the middle, okay? Without being a radical individualism, you can be a social philosopher. He writes about polity and so on.
Yes,
Okay.
one might.
Herman, Adam and Sopuk and Elizabeth Cook have had their hands up for a long time.
Sorry, Adam?
Yeah, hello? Okay, hi there. Yeah, it's come up in a few of the talks. There's been a sort of emphasis of this feature of Santayana's account that there is an emphasis on the social dimension of humankind or each individual. The sort of necessity of social life is inscribed in the individual. It emanates from his intrinsic nature, I suppose. And in particular in Michael's, I think it was Michael's presentation, I wonder if this doesn't really support thinking of Santayana in terms of being a moderate individualist, because I just see it more as, yes, he's not a rugged individualist, correct, I would say for sure, but I don't see his position being a moderate or a moderation of individualism, but a more complete and accurate expression of it, one that recognizes the necessity of society and social life is a function of the individual. It still keeps, it still puts the priority in directs the moral analysis to the unit of the individual itself. So, you know, I could say individualism, just to give a sort of extemporaneous definition, is sort of like the good of social structures, systems, social organization is a function of and subordinate to each individual's own good. Whereas collectivism would be something like the individual's good is subordinate to the social or collective ends, irrespective of any individual's good. And so I take it that that definition of individualism is wholly compatible with Santayana's account, and that the social dimension of Santayana doesn't detract or displace this individualism whatsoever, and that rugged individualism is in fact just a mythological kind based on a sort of partial analysis of the nature of human beings. So it's not so much a moderation of individualism that I think you've demonstrated, but it's rather a clarification and a more complete version of. And so I wonder, maybe it's not a moderate individualism, but rather a robust individualism, but a more accurate one. But thanks.
Michael?
Adam, thank you. I'm so sorry, but I have a meeting at 2 o'clock, and so I'm going to have to head out. I do want to say that I agree with most of what you said, especially the point that for Santayana, the individual is the unit of analysis, to use your expression. And Santayana's individualism is moderate only if you think that there's such a thing as radical or rugged individualism, and you say exactly what that is. I wrote what I did in part because I want to fend off that sort of thing. I don't understand what radical or rugged individualism is, and I don't think Santayana is that, whatever that is. So I really appreciate your comments. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but look forward to seeing you in sessions tomorrow if you're there.
Yeah, and Michael, thank you. And I'm glad we were able to get you onto the program today when you were missed. So thank you very much for doing this. One thing that supports your view, and we should turn then to the other question, is that in World War I, Santayana actually at first developed his sort of neutral view. But then when he saw soldiers coming back and orphans, he wrote Egotism in German Philosophy. And his poem, one of the best poems that he wrote at that time, appeared in Edith Wharton's book to raise money for the homeless children. So he became a part of what we might call a party or movement in World War I because of his firsthand experience. And his family in Spain was divided regarding that. And Santayana talks about the disappointment in his sister and Susanna and her alignment in World War I. So, Richard, you mentioned one other person who had their hand up, and I can't see that.
Elizabeth.
It's
Yeah.
Elizabeth Cook.
Hi.
And
Yes.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for these wonderful papers and for the organizers of this. I'm having a blast and I'm learning a lot. My question is for Richard. It was also for Michael, but I know he has to go. I wondered in terms of the issue of individualism, what do you see the role of the instinct in becoming an individual or realizing yourself as an individual, and in particular, listening to your instinct? And just to contextualize what I'm trying to grapple with, when I try to deal with this in Peirce, I think it's a bit of a mess. And Charles Peirce will talk about how we need to trust our instincts more than our theory, than our theorizing. But then, of course, science corrects our instinctual beliefs. And I'm wondering, when you contrast in a very helpful way to me, Dewey versus Santayana, and what we should do, and how we should theorize and correct the problems of society and look at society. What happens when we theorize about society? Is there a self-corrective there? And I guess the reason I'm thinking of Michael's paper too is because, of course, he talks about the instinct of sociality. So I'm wondering if there's a self-corrective to his individualism, and if individualism is about listening to your instincts.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where you were going, because you started with talking about instincts and then you went off in another direction. So I take it you're not asking my opinion, but you're asking me to explicate maybe Santayana's view.
I'd be happy for both, actually, but.
I mean, for Santayana, all our actions and thoughts or desires start with our instincts, and that it's. But the problem is that the world does not always support them, and so we have to. So part of our our education, or learning to deal with the world, or learning to best cope with the world, is to learn what. And you may take your instinct to mean one thing. You may think your desire is this, but you need to analyze it, and you need to probe it and say, well, if I can't get that, what is it that I really want? And what is it that the world can afford to so that I can live a fulfilling life? And if you apply this to society, you can say the same, you can ask the same question. You can ask, well, I mean, what organization of society allows, and taking Michael's point, okay, that individuals are the basic unit, that, how can you organize society so that individuals can most can best fulfill their very different instincts or their very different ways of approaching the world and thinking about the world and enjoying the world. And so how can we accommodate that? Does that help at all? Now I haven't talked about Dewey, who is the other side of that. I mean, Dewey would take instincts into consideration, but Dewey would think of regarding the individual in isolation or as a unit as a high abstraction, and and he certainly was an advocate for individual rights. He did not want to subsume the individual into the society, but what he would say is that what we are is a constant. I mean, we're not isolated. We live in a constant interplay with the natural and social environment, and Dewey would emphasize that social environment more than Santayana would. Not that Santayana, I mean, Santayana certainly, as other speakers have pointed out, Santayana was well aware of, as you say, that we have instincts that are social. But I pointed out in the quotation, one of the quotations I pulled from Dominations and Powers, showed that something Santayana felt deeply. He found from the time he was a child, when he was uprooted from Spain and placed in a foreign environment, where fortunately, he said, I was with the kindergartners for a year so I could learn English, to speak English without accent. But nevertheless, he felt very alienated, and he felt that the world was not his world. And so that I think that Michael was really good at elaborating how his, although his philosophy does come out of his life, it isn't limited to that, and others can take advantage of it. But it's still, that's his focus, whereas Dewey was a social activist. He was a lobbyist. He was a campaigner, and he believed that that you can't separate the individual from the society, even but you can't you can't oppress people. You have to take into consideration, you can't let the end justify the means. You can't let people suffer because you think it will achieve a higher good. So there's just a difference in emphasis.
We are now at the close of what was the scheduled discussion time. I would like to suggest a way of ending. Cassia, I hope you're still there. We really very much appreciate the organization, your efforts to put all this together. And it might be appropriate, if you can do this in a short period, to talk about how you write about Santayana's notion of charity and harmony as being a part of society. You're shaking your head, no, you're not going to do that. But yes, I thought, let me
a task for tonight. I guess you all know the feeling that when you sort of specialize in something, you write about something and you like get really, really deep. Making this now into a very brief, like 2 minutes summary is very, very difficult. So I think that I may try tomorrow or at our next Santayana meeting, I might try to summarize
yes.
The ideas of justice and charity. But
So I apologize to Eric, because Eric, you had a fine paper, but we haven't had a chance to ask questions. And so way of doing that. But I want to thank everyone for being here. Cassia, thank you so much for the organization. And there is an advantage to Zoom because we have people from all over the world who could not have gotten together. So,
yes, thank you so much for participation. I know it's not perfect, and I can see it now that there are too many presentations squeezed and too little time for discussion, but I promise to improve at the next opportunity. So thanks again. Great.
Thanks, Cassia. Thanks a lot.
See you tomorrow.
Cassia. Thank
tomorrow.
you.
Adios, adios.
Thank you. It was
Till tomorrow. Bye. Bye to all.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
bye. Bye. See you tomorrow.